Call this meeting to order. It is the regular City Council meeting of Monday, September 19th, 2022. Our fearless chairperson, Helen Reilly, is not with us tonight, so I, as her vice chair, will be serving in her stead, and we are first going to be doing the Pledge of Allegiance. And Ethan, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Yeah. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. All right, and now I'm going to ask Jesse Baker to provide instructions for leaving the building in case of an emergency.
Thank you. For those in the room, there are doors on either side of the rear of the auditorium. You can go out either one and turn left or right to get outside. For those joining us online, thank you for being here. If you would like to talk during any agenda item, please feel free to turn your cameras on and be recognized, or you can put a message to me in the chat saying that you would like to provide comment. We are not monitoring the chat for comment specifically other than your interest in speaking. We'd love to hear your voice. Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse. And now I ask my fellow counselors to let me know if there are any additions, deletions, or changes in the order of the agenda items that you'd like us to make. All right, seeing none, we will carry on to number 4, which is comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. And if you're online, you can turn on your camera and we will be recognizing you. There's someone here in the audience who would like to speak up. If you would come up to the podium, be sure that
This conference will now be recorded.
That's all right.
I was confused about when turn the light on your mic there. Just press.
And please state
How's
your
that?
name, and then you can certainly go ahead and ask any questions.
It's Ashley Adams.
Thank
And
you.
I was confused about whether I should speak now or I'm speaking about the Climate Action Plan draft.
It would be later when we have that agenda item.
Okay, so there'll be time after the presentation of the draft for the public to speak.
Yes.
Around what time would
Well,
that be on the agenda?
we're in for a long
I
meeting.
noticed.
Yeah, and it could be, getting close to 10 o'clock.
Okay, so during that 7 o'clock to 7:15 period would not be appropriate. I think there was a
7
time
o'clock to
for
7:15.
the public and city councilors to weigh in on climate change related issues.
You certainly could. I would, I mean, within, my discretion, if I see you referring to things in the climate action, plan, I might say we're going to hold off on that. But if you want to speak more generally.
It is really directly related to the climate action plan. So
Yeah.
I can wait.
Yeah, and you did send us an email earlier today,
Good.
so we did receive those, and if it's related to that, please know that we have received that comment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. Should I turn this off now?
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else who would like to speak on something not related to an agenda item? Okay, we will carry on then. With item number 5, this is the time where counselors make announcements and also make reports on committee assignments. Matt, would you have something?
Sure, happy to. We met, the Committee for Common Area Dogs met and discussed the council meeting. It was a recap of the council meeting. It was interesting being part of that. And the Committee for Common Area Dogs is very excited about the direction we're heading. They are concerned that the initial date for Middlebury Fence Company is not until December, and we are still hopeful. Maybe Jessie and her announcements can answer if we have a better date for returning a Middlebury Fence Company, so we can open up the dog park before the snow flies. But we're still waiting on pins and needles for that return of the Middlebury Fence Company. Tomorrow, everyone is invited to come out to the new City Hall Park. Is that what we call it? City Hall Park. Gooses. To see the dedication of the Gooses, the art exhibit. 5 o'clock, ice cream, rain or shine. And as a liaison to the Fine Arts Committee, I will be there. And as we dedicate the geese or the gooses, or how do I say it?
It's
The
technically
gooses.
trademarked as gooses
Gooses.
by the artist.
Okay. And the artist will be there.
Yes.
So
So it's 5 o'clock tomorrow down here at the
a
park.
chance to meet the fine artist and the fine arts committee and have some ice cream. 5 o'clock tomorrow night.
I wish I could be there. My work schedule is such. Tim.
And you said ice cream, right?
I did.
That's pretty much done it for me. Yeah, so let's see. It was a busy week. The Energy Committee met on Wednesday, I believe it was. And one of the results of that will be presented tonight, I think, in the form of a letter. I was able to go to the SBBA's annual summer celebration and at the Beta facility,
Mm-hmm.
and got a tour. This is my second tour, and this was in the new building because the last time I went with Helen in May a year ago was in the old building.
Mm-hmm.
So this is in their addition. So, and if you didn't know, previously they had one aircraft and it had a propulsion propeller, but not the horizontal propellers. Now they have two. The first one only has the propulsion. The second one does have the horizontals as well, and they did have video of it lifting off and hovering for a number of, amount of time, and they probably did it several times, and they brought it back down. They have apparently, as they have not gone up and gone straight yet with that vehicle, so they're getting there. And I've never seen so many airplanes in one hangar in my life as I did in their hangar on Thursday night. And it was my first time walking through the Eldridge Cemetery. I'm sorry, I wasn't even turned on. So that was great. I took some pictures inside in the cemetery, and it was sunset, and it was really nice. I also voted, if you didn't, at the Champlain Water District on Tuesday, as everybody was asked to do for their bond issue. And lo and behold, I bumped into our city clerk and two other city clerks, one from Colchester and one from Essex, I believe. At that point, there were 1,300 votes, and that was about 6:15 p.m. And I also went to Burlington Electric's Net Zero Fair on Saturday. It was from 9 to 1. And they had a lot of tents set up and demonstrations of e-bikes. You could test drive an EV if you wanted to. There were lots of cars there, more cars than I had seen at previous EV test drives before. They had somebody from Vermont Energy talking about heat pumps. They had a children's electrical efficiency education table with a really great poster that I'll probably share later on Facebook. They also had Car Share was there, and they were talking about the fact that one of the challenges they have for trying to, turn over their stock to be hybrid electric vehicles is that they don't have car charging stations right where the cars are parked, and the cars are parked in the same location all the time. So they're behind because of the pandemic. I think they have some financing, but they just don't have the people to do it yet. So it was pretty interesting, and it was fun to walk around. They had a big display of electric lawn maintenance vehicles, so zero turn radius mowers, a couple of Ego mowers like the one I have, and they also had a display of these shopping carts for people to take to walk with them, when they want to go, if they get out of their cars and go to the grocery store if it's not too far. And it's a heavy duty frame. It's very light though, and it has a Cordura nylon sack, and there's two sizes, small and large, and they're trying to farm these out to nonprofits because they're a nonprofit themselves. And it's a very ergonomically designed package, and the whole thing comes apart, and you can take it and wash it, put it in the washing machine. So that was really interesting. I talked to Peggy O'Neill about that for quite a while because I thought that was a great idea.
One of those.
You have one of those?
They're great.
Is it green?
Yes.
Okay, then. Good customer. So I'm glad I went to that. And then also, I did walk to the dog park last Monday night and trace the entire fence and take pictures. And I could see what Tom DiPietro was talking about with challenges with ledge and some steep slopes and the ability to mow. I did have some questions that we'll talk about another time about the areas that didn't get pulled out. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Tom.
So I was at the beta event, great event, and a nice tour to see what they're doing there. And I was at the beta event, which was very populated, and I had no symptoms. And I also went out Friday night to the Al Franken show, and I saw some people on this call here or there. Again, asymptomatic, and I actually tested on Thursday, and I was negative. But Saturday, I woke up and had a lot of symptoms, and I am COVID positive, so I'm isolating for the next 5 days. I say that only because I see some people on the call that I ran into Friday night. As far as I know, I was negative at that time, but who knows if I just spread it throughout Burlington at those two events, and my apologies if so. But that's all I have, and I'm probably going to keep my camera off because my family has me cordoned off into my bedroom, and it's not necessarily the best backdrop for this YouTube screen. So, cheers.
Don't worry about the backdrop. That's kind of common backdrops during COVID era. I just have the announcement that I went to the second Charter Review Committee, and just kind of setting out its timeline and the questions that it wants to, review. They'll be discussing more, but they're starting to think about what kinds of questions that they want to have the committee review before they hand in some recommendations. One on the makeup number of commissioners on the Planning Commission. That is something that we brought to them after hearing from a commissioner during our reappointment process over the summer. And the Planning Commission will be discussing this and then giving them some input based on their needs and what they see as the possible advantages or disadvantages of various scenarios. And then they'll be turning to the City Council, along with, I think, some gendered language and things like that I saw, which I thought we had taken care of back in 2006, but it hadn't gotten done. So it was I think a good first, experience for me. I think we have a really good group thinking about it, really good questions that they were asking. And of course we have Peter and Donna and Chuck Hafter, and Peter Taylor, I should say, Donna Kimball and Chuck Hafter, who are veterans in these things, as is Jesse. So that's all good. All right, and Jesse, it's now time for your report.
Thank you. Just a few updates from us tonight. Want to let you know that one of our police sergeants, Ed Soychek, is retiring at the end of the month after 23 years of service to South Burlington. He also has a long, extensive career at Vermont Air National Guard as well, so we will be celebrating him. Dorset Street paving, as you likely have seen, the milling is complete. The contractor is working on adjusting the structure elevations and repairing the crosswalks. And right now, paving is tentatively scheduled for September 29th and 30th. So that will, again, be fairly disruptive, but hopefully only 2 days. Our fall street sweeping program has started. I actually was behind one this morning on Kimball Ave. So be on the lookout for those. Those are really important pieces of our stormwater mitigation system. Dog park fencing right now, tentatively scheduled for late October, the last week of October, first week of November. So that's where we are. It is we will get a hard confirmation date as we get closer, but definitely not into December. Tom and Adam have done yeoman's work to get them here earlier.
Nice.
Also want to thank you, Matt, for promoting the Gooses event tomorrow at 5. And then just a reminder to the council that you actually have a special meeting next Tuesday night, joint meeting with the Planning Commission to go over the vision and goals as we embark on our comprehensive planning process. So you will see that agenda coming out. That will be 7 o'clock next Tuesday evening. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, very good. So that takes us to the consent agenda. And here we have several items, lots of reading too. Consider and sign disbursements. We have 3 sets of minutes from August 1st, August 15th, and September 6th of this year. We received the fiscal year 23 August financials. We also authorized the city manager to negotiate and execute 2 agreements related to the RAISE grant award for the East-West Alternative Transportation Crossing Project. That's the walk-bike bridge over I-89. And we also have approved the Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan agreement for our 3-acre stormwater retrofit design projects. And finally, awarding the engineering contract for water quality monitoring and testing to Stone Environmental. So I'd be looking for a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, and I just had a couple of corrections, and I really apologize for not finding them first time around on the August 1st minutes. I know Sue's not here, but, oh, she is online. Great. Page 3 is the first one, and it's just because it really did change the meaning. Where we have, all right, just a minute. Okay, it is the second big paragraph, the one that starts with Mr. Hansen said in new construction in Burlington. So this has to do with Burlington's ordinance on renewable energy. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, no, third line down. Instead of, and now one has applied for the exemption, and no one has applied for the exemption. Did you catch that, Sue? Sorry. So third line in the middle, that big paragraph in the middle on page 3.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. And then on page 8, the special city meeting be warned for November 2nd. I just wanted to check. Isn't that November 8th?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So page 8, in the middle of the page, Senator Chittenden then moved that the council recommend that ballot language be put on the ballot of a special city meeting, that a special city meeting be warned for November 8th, 2022. Those were the two things I saw. All good, Sue?
Got it.
All right, fabulous. Anything else? All right, very good. Really interesting stuff, I thought, about this engineering contract going to Stone Environmental. There was a lot there. All right, I would then call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Very good. And that was unanimous, so we all approve the consent agenda. All those items got passed. And now we are a little bit early, but this is the opportunity for counselors and the public to share information and resources on climate change. And I'm happy to start out just reading through the climate action plan that the task force put together. They gave several references to organizations that we could possibly join or look at for resources, and I was interested in the Cities with Nature, and I was inspired, I think, to see that there are hundreds of cities and regions that are working to restore ecosystems within the cities. And many of the reasons are outlined in our own goals and our climate action plan, but that it is something that is for our own health and sustainability, that we have to have sustainable cities. And so I just thought about all the things that we have done in our own city that would make us, I think, eligible for being one of those cities that lives with nature. That wildlife corridor is definitely a place where our ecosystems can be, one of several, but I'm thinking about the Shelburne Pond corridor there. But there are several that we have within our city where we really are seeking to restore ecosystems, as well as here in City Center, where you're going to be tomorrow night with the gooses. That whole natural area was restored, invasives, constantly having to be managed. But I think that we have really made strides for that sustainable city. And I think back also to our land development regulations that we amended in February. And it reminded me of an article that someone passed along to me, or I fell upon when I was reading the news, about, long ago there were cities, and these were cities that were in, I believe, Central or Eastern Europe that archaeologists have uncovered, and that they were cities with nature, that they were really, habitations that were surrounded by green space so that there could be agriculture within the cities. And they were, of course, putting that um, into everybody's minds as a possible model for the future. So when I see cities with nature and all these cities signing up and really trying to restore these ecosystems, I think there's something that's being communicated, and we're not alone. And I think that that's very helpful to know as we all, face face a lot of unknowns. It's helpful to know. I think that there are a lot of people working on similar things that we are. It takes all of us working together. Yeah, please, Matt.
Thank you, Councilor Emmerich. It seems timely. At the end of the month is the last opportunity for the public to submit comments to the Agency of Natural Resources on the Advanced Clean Car and Advanced Clean Truck Initiative. These are adopting California's rules requiring automakers to produce and distribute for sale in cities and states, cars that will increasingly be zero emission until 2035, when every car on a lot in Vermont will have to be zero emission vehicle, and the similar but slower ladder for trucks as well. So the last time to comment is the end of the month if you care about that issue.
Thank you. And just go online and seek that comment. That would be available online.
Oh yes, absolutely.
All right.
Agency of Natural Resources.
Okay. And this is also open to members of the public. Feel free to come up. Yeah, Tim. Of course. Usually you're not shy about speaking up. I didn't see you jumping in there.
So this is the item for to share public information, right, about climate change. So I just thought I'd share a few factoids at this point. If you didn't know, oil is down to about $85 a barrel from a high of $120 a barrel in June. Natural gas was up to $9.50 a therm. In the last 2 weeks, it's down to $7.88. So there are some corrections going on in the energy markets right now. I'm not sure why, other than there was speculation in the beginning, and the war in Ukraine has taken a turn. But still things are difficult. There are also some headlines in other states that are more dependent upon natural gas to generate electricity, where those customers are being hit hard with large utility rate increases because of the price of natural gas going up. And I think that if we're GMP customers, we're probably more fortunate because their energy mix is mostly hydro and nuclear from Seabrook and New Hampshire, so we're more protected from that unless there's a really huge heat wave that calls for Iceland and New England to pull in natural gas-fired power from somewhere else in the region, and or in the wintertime, same thing. So I also, like I said, went to this net zero meeting or fair at BED, and they had a great chart about what the climate impact of going to school. And one of the nice features of it is it tells you what's the best and the worst way for a child to get to school in terms of the amount of CO2. So obviously the lowest CO2 emission is walking to school. It's not possible for everybody. And the worst one is one SUV picking up or dropping off a student. And then towards the better end of that, though, is an all-electric bus, hauling students around. And that was the fourth lowest emissions. And actually, we do have two school district electric buses now, correct? Yeah.
I think 4?
4 now?
Mm-hmm.
Are they all operating? Yeah, okay. So if you see one of those buses, you can tell because they make a funny whirring sound when they go by.
Also a blue in the bumper.
Is the blue the bumper? Okay. I've seen those. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks. All right. Anybody else like to take this opportunity? This is based on the recommendation by people who work with people who are dealing with eco-anxiety, which is the majority of people in the world, to feel that you're not alone. So if you don't speak up, at least I hope you know that it's on our minds and we're all with you. Okay. All right. Very good. We'll keep going then. So, item number 8, Receive the Chief Sustainability Officer's annual report on the progress the city has made to enact the Climate Action Plan and integrate climate change impacts into decision-making. And that's with our Director of Planning and Zoning and Chief Sustainability Officer, Paul Connor.
Hi, folks. Paul Connor. Thank you for having me here. So really this, as is described in our brief report this year, the big part of the report is the plan that you will be receiving this evening. So that's the big effort. That's been a very, very involved effort by many dedicated volunteers, as well as the folks at the Regional Planning Commission, Melanie and Ann, to put this work together. You see the actions, the science-based targets, and importantly, behind all of that are the inventory and the targets that are developed in a scientific and measurable manner over time. And that's both at a citywide level and then importantly, in working with Lou Brzee and our staff, the government operations element of it, developing those baselines that can be tracked over time. So that's really the big part of the report this year. Ongoing with our operations are many efforts, including Lou's been working with our various different departments of understanding where fleets are for the coming years. We've worked with our new capital projects planner to integrate into our capital improvement plan worksheets a box in this first year to give the department head the opportunity to speak to how they've looked at climate change as they've considered the matter, and of course the multitude of ongoing projects physically being installed in the city that you've received updates on over the year. So that's really the bulk of the report, and just wanted to give you all the opportunity to pose questions and or frame out how you'd like to see this in coming years.
Well, we have a product here tonight, so that's we'll all be discussing that. Any other things that we need to know from Paul? And Tom, is there anything that you'd like to follow up with Paul?
No, thank you though.
All right. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We are
So
well before 7:30.
I have a proposal.
Yes, please. I'm all yours.
So technically, although very excited, there are so many people here in the audience, we cannot start our public hearing until the warrant time of 7:30.
Right.
So given that that is where we are on the agenda, and I am also going to take the executive privilege to say I think that the climate action plan presentation is a body of work unto itself, and I wouldn't want to interrupt that halfway through. I suggest we skip down to item number 13 on the agenda, which is the FY22 year-end financials.
Okay.
And we can take up that action now, and if we have additional time, Andrew can also do the table setting of the FY24 budget goal discussions. That is something we could pause at 7:30 and take up the public hearing.
Okay. All right. It's actually good that we're doing this one where I got fresher minds. Yes. All right. So we are skipping on down to the numbers section with dollar signs attached. The fiscal year 22 year-end financials. So Andrew Bolduc.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Megan. So I think we've been forecasting this since our sort of Q3 projections way back in March, but the city's we're now closing our FY22, which closed, June 30th of this year, significantly in the black. You can see in the overview that I provide that we actually have a total surplus of $2 million. A huge portion of that, 1.7 million of that, is being above projected revenues. And I'll kind of walk through a couple of those kind of key revenues. One of the big factors that we saw is actually when we prepared the FY22 budget, we were in October of 2020, meaning we were very much on the conservative side when it came to revenues. We did not know where our local option tax would end up. And so in order to meet those uncertainties, we scaled back in terms of projected revenues at that time. Also, in terms of planning and zoning, permitting and building inspection fees, we were also very conservative back in October of 2020. Since then, we've seen in this past fiscal year a big boom in those coming in. A lot of that, I think, in one of the end of year financial reports is very much that can be very timing based. So if we get a big project coming in June as opposed to July, that can completely sway our numbers because some of these fees are as big as 200,000 or 300,000.
So these
dollar
aren't
projects.
single-family homes being converted to rental properties, because both fire inspection and electrical inspections were
Correct.
well
Yep.
beyond their.
Yeah, no, that is
Yes.
on logic and beta. Those are probably
Okay.
the two biggest drivers there. So just walking through the numbers, specifically local option tax on sales and use, and room and meals, we were over 600,000 above our projections.
Is that back to pre-pandemic levels?
Yes, it actually exceeds where we were in 2019.
Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Yeah. No. Fire inspections, as I said, and building and sign permits, that's above that's 700,000 above projected, which is over 200% of what we initially budgeted. Another thing that has a big impact are unbudgeted revenues. So our FEMA relief came in about a year ago, so early in the fiscal year. We logged that was 236,000. Also, we continue to lead the industry in our workers' comp claims and low workers' comp numbers. That led to a workers' comp insurance reimbursement of about 100,000 this last year.
Is that from the state?
That is from our insurance carrier.
From your insurance?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. So all in all, that's 1.7 million in above budgeted revenue surplus. Also, a note on cost savings. The significant cost savings this past year was in our captive health insurance. We continue to see incredible savings from this move that we made about 3 or 4 years ago. This is the second year we sort of fully realized those savings, over 300,000 in unspent dollars in that budget line. So overall, the surplus, again, is $2 million. Back at the council's meeting in August 15th, we had an initial discussion about surplus funding. Council approved 3 surplus funding allocations. One was to fund the Trinity Education Center, $13,000. One was a memo by Chief Locke to meet some critical needs in the fire and EMS. For replacement equipment, that was around $60,000. And then we also talked about how the bids came in significantly higher for the Dorset Street paving project, and we asked to set aside $200,000 to fully fund some of our spring paving needs. So the remaining unallocated balance at this point is 1.7 of surplus funds. So tonight we have a couple of recommended actions. We've again forecasted this a little bit in past meetings. The very first is, if you remember last year at this time, we set up a special reserve fund for our captive health insurance. This includes tail coverage, which is called incurred but not reported. That's because we're self-insured. If we ever were to leave the captive model, there may be a little bit of lag on payment of claims, about 30 to 60 days worth of. So our consultant recommended that we increase that number from 148,000 to 175,000 in the new fiscal year. So that would require a council motion to allocate surplus to that for that purpose. I don't know council's preference on whether to hold the recommendations till the end or if you want to kind of move one at a time.
Matt, do you have an idea?
What question for Andrew, if that's
Yeah.
all right?
Yeah.
So in the captives, it's city employees, but
Correct.
does it also include? It doesn't include fire and police.
It does.
Oh, it does.
It's
okay.
all city employees.
But it's no other. It's just our city in the captive. No other.
No, there are a number of other, both in the state, there are a number of other entities in the captive,
Okay.
as well as nationwide. I think there are over 500 total employers.
Okay.
that
So
are
we're
in the
not.
captive.
We're in a very large captive.
We're in a big pool, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. because obviously captives can be feast or famine. You have a good year and you feel like it's a huge savings, and then you have a bad year and there
Right.
goes the savings. So I understand why the consultant made that recommendation, and I think it makes sense.
Good. Other questions? Yeah. Tim?
So what do we anticipate the medical insurance benefit will increase this year?
So we just got the initial projections, 6.4% is what they're recommending. 6.4% increase.
Wow, that's just, so the Green Mountain Care Board denied the medical center their full rate increase, right? But we haven't heard the end of that, right? They'll probably come back and ask. I'm just, I know that they're asking for a lot more money at the medical center and that whole system, and so I'm concerned that that will ripple through. And I know that there already been projections for specific insurers for individuals who will pay large premium increases. So I'm just wondering if that was, so 6.4 sounds manageable.
Yeah, Jesse and I have a conversation scheduled with them on Thursday to further understand their projections.
But if I can just jump in, just to be very clear, that's about our FY24 budget creation, that 6.4 number. This number is really for if we do have some catastrophic year and need to smooth something out, but also if we ever decide to leave the captive, we'll have claims that trail for about 6 months, and it's to cover the cost of that trail. So it's setting us up for future options for the council to consider.
Right.
Is that a forthcoming recommendation from the staff?
Creating that fund.
No, leaving.
No.
captive. No.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just giving options in the future. If you don't budget for that initially, then you're kind of locked in without a big buyout cost.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you have something?
Yeah, 6 months is the tail. That's it. Is that what the? That's pretty darn.
That's
good.
the industry standard, as I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Fantastic.
And also, there was a contingency funding that we also set up with this health savings fund at the end of the last fiscal year. I believe that was around $300,000 that council set aside as just a reserve on the captive if we do end up having a high claim year in a given year. So the consultant is not recommending increasing that amount at this time.
All right. Well, yeah, there are several recommendations here.
Yeah, so I can keep walking through the others if that would
Yeah,
be.
let's. We still have time, so let's keep
Sure,
going.
Sure. Tom had his hand raised.
Oh, Tom,
I
sorry.
don't know if
Yes.
I don't know if this is the right time, but Andrew, maybe if you could reflect as you start to look at next year's budget and the assumptions that we need to make, overlaying it with what we made in the fall of 2020, which proved to be not too conservative, but definitely conservative. Do you anticipate wanting to assess our fee structure and possibly in these inflationary times? Is that going to be part of your budget considerations, or is that not really part of the mix right now? Our fees across the board and some of these that came in over budget.
Yes, that absolutely. To answer your question about evaluating fee structures, there are a few of our permit fees that haven't been evaluated in 5 to 10 years or increased in 5 to 10 years. So that will actually absolutely be part of the conversation for FY24.
Good question.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. All right, let's keep going with the recommendations then.
Sure. So recommendation number 2. So with the increase in inspection fees and the planning and zoning permitting fees, obviously there's a huge staff burden to that. With the seeing over 200% on the revenue side, we feel that we have the ability this year, and looking at what will very likely be in the pipeline for FY23, this current fiscal year, we've made the management decision to increase staff capacity on the planning and zoning side by 2 staff members in order to meet that just increased demand. What we're recommending here is setting aside some salary contingency funds just in case we don't end up meeting those benchmarks in order to fully fund those 2 positions. So we're asking for $150,000 to be set aside for that purpose, with the caveat that if we do meet those benchmarks, that $150,000 at the end of the fiscal year, when we come to you again in the year, would be put back into the city's fund balance.
Very good.
And then the last is to maintain adequate fund balance reserve to fund the Dorset Street Signals project. We talked about this back in August 15th as well. Our initial projections were that we were going to be a little over $1 million over budget for that project if we were looking to move forward with construction this year, or at least design phase this year. We had the RFP went out in August. We got responses, 2 bids back this past Thursday. We're still evaluating those bids. They're looking to come in at or around projections. We'll come forward with a further discussion when we award the bids, likely at the next council meeting. But currently, again, we're looking at least over $1 million were we to proceed with that project this year. We've identified it as a very significant community need to move that forward. So it's not any official council action that we're recommending. We're just recommending that we at least have that much remaining in the city's fund balance above the minimum threshold that we should be maintaining in our savings account in order to meet that project. So there will be a later discussion of that, but just to sort of, we're putting a lot into the fund balance, but just so you're aware that if we come forward at a future time, that would be an additional ask.
At a previous meeting, it was mentioned that there could potentially be grants to cover that cost too. Is that?
Yeah, we already have one grant. It's $1 million grant with that we received five or so years ago. It requires a 20% municipal match as well. So
to do the signals, it costs that much money.
Yeah. So yes, yeah, very expensive.
Super expensive. Yep. All right.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor. Just as a point of clarification, the money can't be spent now. That's why you're asking for this stipulation, right? We can't.
Yeah, we don't know a specific dollar amount right now.
But you need that set aside for when that dollar amount comes.
Correct.
Okay,
yep.
Got it.
Which is right, the bulk of it, because when we look at next year's budget recommendations, it would almost be too sweet to kind of move it
right.
into next year. But
Right. And then I think finally, it's just helpful to talk about. Oh, I think I'm missing one. Sorry. There's also the South Burlington Pension Plan. Talked about this a little bit again in the August meeting. The Pension Advisory Committee and our actuary have both recommended to council that we sent about $100,000 aside to fund our long-term liabilities in the pension plan. The goal would be that in future budgets, setting aside money now would anticipate savings in the future. This would also increase our total percentage that we're funded by a small amount.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question on that.
Yeah, please. Tim.
What is the balance on our $8 million loan that we took out back in 2012?
I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah.
Do you know the ballpark? Is it like, I don't know. I don't know what the principle's like at this point. So
yeah, I'd have to.
But we did refinance that, right, with a different bank, and we found considerable savings right before Tom left the city.
Yep. Yeah, FY21, we refinanced that with TD Bank. Yep.
Was there any consideration to taking some money and paying down principal on that loan versus contributing it to the fund itself?
Yeah, the Pension Advisory Committee talked about that a little bit, but in the end, the recommendation was to fund
put it in the market.
Yeah, put it in the marketplace.
I wasn't at that meeting. Sorry.
Yes,
that's why I'm asking.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right.
And then finally, just on the total fund balance. So last year, council with the surplus was able to dedicate a large, over $1 million to go into the city's fund balance. That's our auditors have recommended for years, and we've scraped and clawed to bring the total amount in the city's saving account to above 30 days of operational costs, expenditures. We finally met that number last year. If the city were to allocate the remainder of surplus this year, we would get much closer to the target amount, which is 60 days worth of operational expenses. We still wouldn't quite be there. We'd be at 14.58%. But again, we're in an incredibly sound fiscal position with making that investment into our savings. So no action is needed on that point, but just wanted to make you aware.
What are the next steps here? Will we be revisiting this then in October?
So there are 3 recommendations we're asking for tonight for funding. One is the healthcare, 27,000. One is for the pension plan, 100,000. One is 150,000 for the planning and zoning capacity. Again, that would be as contingency funding.
Okay, and we're still holding off on the remainder.
Correct.
Okay. And with regard to the contingency fund, that would, I'm trying to just see how this all smooths over as we then eventually have to go and ask the voters to cover. How does, we just looked at next year's forecasted numbers. How would that contingency fund be smoothed over in those numbers?
Yeah, so we'd have to make up that budget capacity in FY24.
Right.
So, I mean, there's other funding mechanisms we could look at. Again, I think the fact that we will be receiving revenues far above that amount, we'll be able to ultimately offset that or help offset that in FY24 budget planning.
So when we're reading the maintain current levels of operations, does that include that 150,000 contingent? Okay.
It does.
That's
yep.
what I needed to know.
It does.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Can I ask you?
Tim and then Matt, sorry.
So one more comment is that I would like to have somebody spend some time analyzing that $8 million loan and what the value to the city would be for paying down some more of the principal and just some more details about the interest rate and where that loan is headed. And could it be refinanced again? Because I don't know what the interest rates are now, but they've been going up, but it'd be nice to know what it was. Some details would be good. It might be nice to not retire that loan, but pay it down some more.
Before having that information, Tim, would you be?
Well, we're going to take some action tonight on 4 items, but this could be a 5th item for another night, right? Yeah.
Because one of the items is putting money towards
That's
that pension.
it's 100,000 right into the SCI fund itself.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I just want to say that I absolutely support the funds for our planning and zoning staff. They are overworked, and that is an important job that we have here at the city. But my question is about that is, we're adding 2 with 150K. What about Delilah's position? Does that include filling that position, or has that been reorganized? What's the status of our planning and zoning department, Jesse?
Sure.
Paul.
So yes, Delilah's position has been filled.
Okay.
Has been retitled as a development review planner 1, kind of a more introductory level review planner. The idea would be to hire a second person at that level and then have those 2 review planners report to Marla. And so creating a permitting team where we could strategically direct certain kinds of projects. So while the review planners would have general knowledge, they would also develop specific expertise on form-based code, on other areas of our code. And then the second new position would be a second city planner position.
Excellent. Well, I wholeheartedly support that.
All right. Well, we have then those 3 requests.
Would you like a motion?
Sure.
So I move that the city council approve adding additional funds to the healthcare reserve fund to the tune of $27,000. I also move that we, where's the motion? Oh, that was number 1. Hold on, number 2, that we add staffing contingency of $150,000 for planning and zoning staffing. We also allocate fiscal year 22 surplus funds to the South Burlington pension plan to reduce long-term liabilities in the amount of $100,000. And finally that's it.
That's it.
That's it, sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion, Tom?
No discussion.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. That was unanimous. Okay. Very good.
So with 10 minutes, I would recommend we just break for 10 minutes and not start the FY24 discussion to stop it. That's a pretty big discussion.
It is a big discussion. All right, very good.
So we will be on recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Here before you during the first reading, we gave a brief overview of this ordinance, and the purpose of the ordinance is to regulate heating and water heating systems in new buildings in the city, and they would be new buildings that are not permitted by January of this year, 2023, this coming year, and we have essentially mimicked what the city of Burlington has proposed, which is to regulate heating systems to mean that they are 85% of the building's load design is renewable, which we define as by electricity, wood pellets, or other renewable fuel. The ordinance also addresses water heating systems that would have does not have the 85%, but that would have to be fueled by the same components: electricity, wood pellets, or wood chips, or other renewable fuel. Since we met last time, we've spoken to people who are familiar with the process that Burlington went through and some other experts in the field, and we made some amendments to the ordinance that you had addressed last time. And really, 10,000 foot level, the changes that were made were to incorporate references to the residential building energy standards that we had not incorporated in the first draft, and also incorporate reference to multifamily building energy standards that, as we understand, is going to come online within the next year. So it's a new code book that is going to come online. So we felt it was important to address that as well. In addition, we changed, when referring to hot water or water heating systems, we had originally referred to it as domestic water heating systems. That has been changed in the draft before you to service water heating systems. That was done because both in the commercial building energy code and the residential building energy code, service water heating systems are defined and domestic is not. Lastly, we aligned all our definitions to the terms as they are used in the codes, in the standards. And lastly, we added some language to ensure that compliance with this ordinance continues after the initial build. So if you were to change fuel sources or if you were to change heating systems, you would still have to comply with the ordinance. That was a hole in the ordinance that we had patched up. So you'll have a red line version in your packet and for you to consider as you hear the comments today.
Very good. Thank you. Paul, did you want to say something as well?
No.
Okay, very good. So I will just like to have a show of hands for the people in the audience here physically with us. How many of you would like to speak? Okay, so that's a fairly lengthy line. If we could just have maybe 3, just kind of to know who's up next. We're going to alternate between the people online and the people here present. But if there could be some, some anticipation of who will be speaking next, that would just kind of facilitate the process and help us get out a little bit earlier.
Remind them to identify themselves.
I will do so. Thank you. And when you do come up to the podium, please do give us your name as well as where you live, or if you're speaking as someone who does business here in South Burlington, it will be helpful for us to understand your perspective as well as your experience. And I ask that also of the people who are online. All right, so we will start with here in person. Please come up and make sure the green light is on. There we go.
Hi, I'm MJ Rial with the South Burlington Energy Committee. This letter was sent to the City Council last Thursday. Dear Helen, on behalf of the Energy Committee, I would like to convey the committee's support for renewable energy heat standard ordinance to the City Council. I respectfully request that the committee's statement be entered into the record at the public hearing for ordinance on behalf of the committee. The committee approved the statement with 10 in favor at our meeting Wednesday, September 14th. The Energy Committee is available to assist and advise upon request by the Council. We believe this renewable energy heating standard ordinance will greatly benefit the community and will help us to meet our climate action plan goals. Thank you for all you and the council members do on behalf of South Burlington.
Thank you very much. And someone online?
I do want to note that if folks provided written comment that I would have received, if you sent it directly to the council, I may not have received it. But if partners presented written comment, it is linked off of the council agenda as well. So just to note that as you are making your remarks.
All right. So Drew S. is online. And just turn on your camera if you would. Very good. And please give us your full name as well as your perspective, why you're here as a resident, as someone who does business in South Burlington.
Sure. Hey, can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Great. Okay, yeah, I live in South Burlington off of Joy Drive, and I teach in Winooski directly under the flight path off of Canal Street.
And your full name,
yeah,
sir?
I'd just like to...
And your full name?
Oh, Drew Schatzer.
Thank you.
I just want to insist that before we accept this climate action plan, that we account for all emissions that come out of our airport and include those in the climate action plan, all greenhouse gas emissions. We can't afford to wait for another agency to do this for us. There really isn't much incentive for other agencies to do it. The people of South Burlington are being irreparably harmed almost daily by these criminal assaults on our community members, and little's being done by our leaders to protect their constituents. I've spoken to many of our city councilors directly about this illegal basing and have been met with shoulder shrugging and or outright dismissiveness while thousands continue to suffer. I've even reached out to our chair just a week ago, sharing a clear path toward legal action to begin holding these abusers accountable, and have gotten no reply. So this abuse won't stop until the abusers are held accountable for their crimes. And we're asking that you all use the tools at your disposal to hold the Air Guard accountable for these criminal training operations. And I think collecting data is a powerful way to do that. And we shouldn't bury our head in the sand anymore and shrug our shoulders at it. It's up to all of us to be bold. And I mean, we can be polite about it. We can thank them for their service, but that doesn't mean that they can continue to do irreparable harm to our community members. As a teacher here, my classes get disrupted almost daily, sometimes cumulatively like over a half an hour each day. And I'm counting on you folks to be this change that we need to make this stop. So please include the F-35 and the airport's greenhouse gas emissions in our climate action plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Can
Schatz.
we make a comment about that right away?
I think
Go
we're
ahead.
here just to listen, right?
Just to well,
So
we
I
want
just
to
wanna
clarify
clarify-
what this hearing is about.
Yeah.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order. This commentary is on the ordinance before us, so I appreciate the previous comments, but I think Councilor Barrett, you were just going to raise that we want to keep the comments here on the heating ordinance and not the F-35 and the climate action plan, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think it's responding to the fact that the airport emissions are not included in our climate action plan, but that is not part of the ordinance, so that is a valid point. So, yeah, Mr. Schatzer, the next agenda item, the climate action plan, is perhaps the one that you wanted to address. So that will be after this public hearing. Okay, next person here.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Scott Gardner. It's been my pleasure to live in South Burlington for over 40 years. I think that this ordinance will make South Burlington a better place to live, and I'm here to speak in favor of it. By way of background, not only have I lived here, but I've worked here for 40 years. For the past 20, I've worked for Building Energy, which is an energy services company. We provide solar, heat pumps, energy audits, thermal reconstruction, and heat recovery ventilation statewide. We are a recognized leader in these fields. I have struggled since 2006 to find answers to efficient and clean hot water in buildings. The buildings we work on and that we remodel or we build are either net zero or net zero capable. The technology is there for us to adopt the ordinance. It's going to be difficult. There'll be a transition period. But frankly, it seems to me this is all about money. I think we all recognize the carbon problem. We recognize that if we don't take action, we're going to be in trouble. We're struggling. I've read many of the comments that have come on the ordinance, and I see you are populated with a wide variety of people who are going to speak primarily in favor. But you have Champlain Housing Trust, which is against the ordinance, primarily because of hot water. You have Redstone against the ordinance, primarily because of the hot water. We can do this with solar thermal, with pellet technology, and heat pump hot water heaters. Building designs need to be modified. It's not the end of the development. I know from my own personal experience what it takes to make these changes. You can't say, oh, it's more expensive to produce hot water with electricity in a commercial building than it is with natural gas. I mean, you can say that, but it just simply is not true. We are not counting the cost today, the carbon cost of natural gas. So I would encourage you to listen to everybody, but to vote in favor of this ordinance. And thank you for your time.
Okay. The next person online is Kai McElforley. And again, this is with regard to the ordinance for renewable energy heating.
Oh, Kai just indicated that she's here for the climate action plan as well. Or Kai is here for the climate action plan.
Okay, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay, you should be able to see me now. Okay, just briefly, I've been trying to advocate in my home city of Burlington on issues related to this particular proposed solution, and been meeting with lots of resistance, and so I just thought I'd throw out what my feeling is in regards to what you folks are struggling with, and that is just to say that I've encountered an increasing number of people, both owners and or users of heat pump technology, who have discovered, who are very, who realize that they've made a mistake with installing this technology in their home, whether they went into it with the wrong impression or they were sold a bad bill of goods. The end effect is that the experience is that folks are actually increasing their respective greenhouse gas emissions. They're paying more money after installation and or reliance on these systems than they were before doing so. And obviously that's an issue. I'm aware that a lot of the rosy projections that were made over the last decade are slowly being walked back. So I would just urge caution. I would also point out that I think any plan that doesn't focus its attention on massively increasing the efficiency of the envelope of buildings. We're dealing with a really antiquated housing stock. Maybe not you folks so much because you're a newer city, quote unquote, but and certainly you probably have some of this problem. And that is that, it's all well and good to develop new technologies and try and sell them to the public. But if you're dealing with a horrible housing stock, how effective is it really to install this, bright, fancy new equipment when, you have buildings that aren't insulated or horrifically poorly insulated? And so not focusing primarily on, bringing every building, commercial and residential, up to like a passive house standard before folks are sold this bill of goods, i.e. install this, fancy heat pump or this fancy whatever, is I think the responsible way to move forward, particularly when we're talking about public monies being part of the solution, but also for private monies. And I just don't see a lot of emphasis, both at the municipal level or at the state level, to focus on the primary problem, which is the front end. If we can reduce demand, increase efficiency, we can, and I'll just use it's not 100% true, but if you can heat a building with a light bulb, with a single light bulb, versus a massive heating system, we should be going more towards the former rather than pretending like the latter isn't the reality. So that's all. I'll reserve the rest of my comments for later parts of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to inform everybody that this is on new construction. So I think that's important to know as well. Next person in line.
Good evening. My name's Laurie Smith. I live in South Burlington. Have been a Vermont resident since the mid-'70s, and not very good extemporaneously, so I've got something written to read to you. I applaud you, councilors in the city of South Burlington, for considering this ordinance and encourage its immediate implementation. As reinforced by the just-released Energy Action Network Annual Progress Report, continued business as usual is not an option if we're going to prevent catastrophic climate change. We do not have time to debate this point. The debate has been going on for decades, and we are already experiencing the impacts of climate change both globally and locally. These changes will spiral out of control if we do not make systemic changes immediately, and Vermont is already behind on its climate commitments. As a former builder and developer, I know that there is hard work that needs to be done to ensure that the transition away from fossil fuels happens quickly and equitably. But we have the capacity to rise to this challenge if we work cooperatively towards that goal. The systems and technologies already exist and are improving rapidly. In most cases, these systems, when integrated properly, are less expensive to install and maintain than conventional fossil fuel systems. Getting positive results requires a shift in focus and a whole systems approach to our built environment. The time for action is now. I've lived in an all-electric house for the past 7 years, near net zero. Proper insulation and air sealing are very important for comfort in a home heated and cooled by cold climate heat pumps, but this is easily achieved in newly constructed buildings. The added cost of properly constructed thermal envelope can be minimal and are quickly offset by the reduced mechanical systems needed and pay dividends over time by the reduced heating and cooling demands. Over the past 7 years, we have had no utility bills other than for electricity used by our EV. Even that's been minimal. I've lived most of my life convinced that gas is the best way to fuel for cooking. Owning and cooking on an induction stove has totally changed my perspective, and I can't imagine ever going back to cooking with gas. In fact, every investment that we have made in our home efficiency has dramatically improved the quality of life in our home. Where there are economic inequalities, I encourage providing incentives to help offset any hardship incurred by this ordinance. But the transition to renewable energy in our buildings is a critical step in our efforts to reach net zero carbon emissions in Vermont. And lastly, If and when the state of Vermont passes a comprehensive statewide energy policy for buildings, South Burlington can adopt that policy. Unfortunately, the state is not leading this effort, and South Burlington, along with Burlington, has the opportunity to lead by example. Please vote yes for this ordinance, and thank you for your willingness to take action on this critical issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And next person online is Nick Field. Oh, I'm sorry, John Hemmelgarn. Excuse me, John. John Hemmelgarn.
Yep, I'm just unmuting.
Very good.
Good evening.
Thank you.
You can hear me, I assume?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is John Hemmelgarn. I'm a partner at the architectural firm of Black River Design. We're a large commercial and institutional design firm that does work throughout the state. Oops. Couple of technical difficulties there, I'm sorry.
You're still coming through loud and clear.
Yeah, I know, but I couldn't hear myself. So we at Black River Design Architects support the proposed ordinance to require all new buildings in South Burlington to be fossil fuel free. With current technology, including heat pumps and biomass boilers, operating buildings without burning fossil fuels is achievable and cost effective. For new buildings, which are required already to meet the Vermont commercial or residential building energy standards, going fossil fuel free is an internal Black River Design goal already. The American Institute of Architects created the 2030 Commitment Program to encourage architects nationwide to strive for what South Burlington is proposing to do now. That is, dramatically reduce fossil fuel usage in buildings in the coming years to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The knowledge base among architects, engineers, and contractors, along with the technology and equipment available to them, are at a level where providing heat and hot water with electricity and sometimes biomass is an easy lift, if not normal practice. The technology available to achieve these goals is far advanced from 5 years ago, and the rate of advancement continues to accelerate. We expect the ability to meet these goals will become simpler and simpler every year going forward, and applaud your efforts to encourage this process. The city of South Burlington is in a position to make a difference, both in your own city by creating infrastructure that is compatible with current long-term climate goals, and in the region by setting another example, establishing this as a workable strategy for addressing climate change. We encourage you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up here in person.
Good evening. My name is Michael Bayema. I'm here both personally and professionally. I'm a resident of South Burlington, and I work at a company called REARC, which is a construction management and real estate development firm in South Burlington. First, I'm only here to talk about larger commercial projects, which is what we have experience and success in developing and building on behalf of our clients. I was reached out to by several members of the community and a member of the Energy Committee to provide our expertise and opinions on the regulation. And first, I'd like to say that we are very proud of being involved in several net zero projects that are coming out of the ground here locally and across the state. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that these projects are quite expensive. And that there are trade-offs always in implementing newer technology. I've heard from several members of the community that the costs of these projects are cheaper or that they are comparable to fossil fuels, and while the equipment may be of similar cost, oftentimes there's unanticipated costs such as bringing electric service to these properties that otherwise would not have such significant amperage that are now required to have large electric services in order to service their boilers and heat pumps. The additional cost that people seem to be starting to realize now is that many of the models that were created to model this technology are now being retracted because the cost of electricity has increased so much in the past 5 years. And that is likely to continue because we are putting greater demand on our grid. We're electrifying all our vehicles, we're electrifying all our systems. And so that means the demand for electricity is increasing and the cost of electricity is increasing. So if we are to appropriately accommodate this need, we need to work on increasing capacity on the grid side and making sure that costs for consumers when it comes to electricity don't significantly balloon. And these are all things that are totally achievable. And I don't mean to say that we're not in favor of the regulation. I think that it's well-intentioned and its goals are well-meaning. I think that from a macro perspective, there will be some projects that don't get off the ground if this regulation is implemented. And that will be because both operationally and in terms of upfront cost, the regulation is going to cost more. And so there will be projects that don't get off the ground as a result. And so I think our opinion is that maybe the city should restructure how they're looking at this. And instead of mandating that all new construction have all electric heating systems, maybe they incentivize projects to use all electric heating systems. As many of the members of the community have stated, this is entirely possible. And can be achieved quite easily. And in projects where there isn't a budgetary constraint, additional heating systems like geothermal can be added to supplement the relative inefficiency of all electric systems as compared to fossil fuels during the very, very cold months of the winter, which is where all electric heating systems suffer on larger commercial projects. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, now Nick Filtgen, and apologies for earlier. Nick Filtgen, very good. And we can't hear you. We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, great. Good evening. Yes, my name is Nick Filchin. I'm a resident of Burlington, and I do business in South Burlington as a consulting engineer. I'm personally and professionally committed to environmental sustainability, and I've been fortunate enough to help the city of South Burlington with their buildings, reducing fossil fuel use by doing energy audits and mechanical system assessments of their buildings. Two brief comments that I want to make tonight. The first is about the scope of the impact of the proposed ordinance. So some people have mentioned and made clear that this applies to new buildings, and I just want to make sure it's very clear that that is a key point of this, and that the state of Vermont has one of the most stringent energy codes in the entire country, and with the newest update, virtually all cost-effective, energy-efficient improvements will now be required by code. And we additionally have one of the top 3 efficiency programs in the nation with Efficiency Vermont and with Green Mountain Power incentivizing heat pumps. So because of all that, as people have some commenters have already mentioned, that the need, the load for heating these buildings is significantly reduced to the tune of 90 to 95%. So I'm just trying to point out the fact of the scope and scale of the possible impact of this ordinance. So it's reduced because it's a new building, it's reduced because people are already doing it, and it's reduced because it's already being incentivized by Efficiency Vermont and Green Mountain Power. So certainly there are costs to the city to implement this, and I just recommend that they you weigh the costs of implementing it versus the potential impact. Certainly on existing buildings, it's a completely different situation, and the impact that's possible is very significant, but it's different with new buildings. And the second point I want to make is more of a, as I'm an engineer and I design these mechanical systems, and again, it's mostly on commercial buildings, I wanted to bring up the point about the technical and economic feasibility of the different options. So a lot of people's experience and views are based on the residential buildings that they live in. And those are quite a bit more simpler than commercial buildings. So implementing the ordinance that Burlington has done is a good step in the right direction. However, there are still instances of technical feasibility and economic feasibility that are still challenges where the technology we have just still hasn't caught up with what we'd like to do. You know, a few basic examples are just kitchen ventilation for restaurants, heating up the makeup air. We don't have a feasible solution for that right now. Dryers, commercial dryers for hotels, for multifamily buildings. We don't have a good solution. So it's really important to, when you're coming up with this ordinance, to consult with people who are technical experts on this and to make sure all your bases are covered before you do. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up here in person.
Hi, I'm Sam Swanson. I've lived in South Burlington since 1998. I've served in a lot of different capacities on different programs that address climate change and have been doing so for decades. I appear today to just share with you a couple of practical experience from my work on Interfaith Power and Light. I serve on the Executive Committee of Interfaith Power and Light, where we're trying to move congregations across the state to address climate change, to pursue net zero goals. And to do that, not only to get the buildings of congregations reduced, but also the individual congregants. And I am a member of Ascension Lutheran Church in South Burlington, which in 2005 set a goal of pursuing climate objectives and now is aiming for net zero. But we have a building that was built in 1970, and we've had Building Energy come in and give us an audit. We've had Vermont Energy give us an audit. We've had Vermont Gas give us an audit. We've invested in the highest efficiency heating system that we could buy. We've installed insulation at every opportunity. But as several speakers have observed about the difficulty of dealing with old buildings, it's very difficult and very expensive to get anywhere near net zero and going out and buying. And it's just the point that I think that is so crucial for, I'll speak in my experience with the church, speaks to a commercial building. The problem is that if we don't get the stock of buildings built right, it's very hard to go back and retrofit. The cost is reduced to the initial purchaser or the initial builder, but the people who own that building, we're spending a lot of money that if the building had been properly constructed at the beginning and the heating system was amenable to installing heat pumps or any of the other technologies that are now available to heat buildings, we would be able to do that. Retrofitting with a building that's got a boiler system with a distributed hot water system, it's very hard, practically impossible to make the kinds of improvements that you want. And as a homeowner, I've pursued a similar path. Starting when I bought my current home in 2007, I put the best possible heating system in. That heating system I was reaching the end of its life and I'm looking for a new one. I've called in people to look at the installation of heat pumps. And on a retrofit basis, because the way the architecture of the building is laid out, it is sometimes very difficult to heat a building on a retrofit basis with the current renewable technologies. My point is that the stock that we're building in Vermont, and South Burlington is one of the fastest growing communities in Vermont where there is a significant amount of construction going on. We've got to gradually improve the stock of buildings so that when people who move into these buildings face their electric bills and their own, whether they have a personal commitment or not to achieve net zero, you can't get there. It is very difficult to get there on a retrofit basis. So I think it is just crucially important that you establish these codes for new heating systems that will gradually improve the stock of buildings in South Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you. And online we have Ray Gonda. If you would turn on your camera. There you are.
Yes, I followed this heat pump issue for about 2 years now. And so my name is Ray Gonda. I'm from South Burlington. I'm a resident. I just simply want to say I support the effort you're going through right now. I support the proposal. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Short and sweet.
But we
Next-
see an electric water heater behind you. Maybe it's gas, I don't know.
Hi, John Bosange, Golf Course Road. I think I was here on the 15th of August when you all heard the presentation first, and I spoke at that meeting in support of the ordinance to have heat pumps in new construction here in South Burlington. But like some of you, I'm on a pretty steep learning curve here, and I left that meeting with some questions about how heat pumps can be used in multi-story, multi-family buildings. And not so much in single-family homes, but in apartment buildings and large buildings that houses many families and individuals, both renters and owners. And I believe some of you, maybe it was Councilor Chittenden, I think, also had that question. And I left the meeting without very good answers. And I think it's a good question, and we need to be sure that it works in multi-story, multi-family buildings. For me, heat pumps in those larger residential buildings are important because I'm a very, very strong supporter of affordable housing in the appropriate locations. I'm a longtime donor of Champlain Housing Trust and been involved in some major projects with them. I believe providing a home for people is essential. It makes them better citizens and more productive residents in our community. And building affordable housing for people makes them feel at home in our community. And I don't want that new technology to be absent from those who need affordable housing. So I took it upon myself to learn more about heat pumps in multifamily buildings, multi-story buildings, and I began to talk with architects who've designed larger residential buildings with heat pumps, and then I visited those buildings where the heat pumps are the source for heating and cooling. From the architects at Truex and Cullens and Wazunsi and Duncan, I learned that the coefficiency performance with heat pumps is much more efficient than gas. Truex and Cullens will design nothing but zero carbon neutral buildings beginning in 2030. I think we heard that from the gentleman from the other architectural firm. In fact, they've actually begun doing that now. The architects that I learned from that heat pumps aren't what they're going to be in the future. They'll probably get better, but they work well now. They work in multifamily and multi-story buildings. Sometimes heat pumps are too large for smaller units, and sometimes you need two heat pumps to take care of a larger unit. But buildings, all of them have the condensers on the roof, and there's one condenser for each unit in the building, and they all have wall units up high inside to bring in the hot air in the winter and the cool air in the summer. I went ahead and I visited Cambion Rise on North Ave in Burlington, where one building has 108 units and is 4 stories tall. All the heat pumps there work well. They're all on the rooftop for each individual apartment. Renters and owners have individual controls for the heat and air conditioning, and that comes through the heads that are up high in each room. Natural gas is now used for the hot water heaters. And it's like a hotel. Residents don't have their own hot water heater. They don't want them, of course, on different floors above the ground. But we know that the technology is there to do hot water differently, especially if it's just electricity. Each living unit, I found out, has an exhaust system as well to bring in fresh air. I wish I kind of had that in my house in the wintertime when we get the windows closed month after month. But these buildings are designed to bring in fresh air as well. The facility manager says that the heat pumps are highly cost effective for the residents. Renters pay one monthly fee, just one fee, for heat, air conditioning, hot water, and internet service. Other very large buildings that I came across out there were, one was 70 units. It was 3 stories tall. They're all using heat pumps. and the other architectural firm, Wezanowski and Duncan, have that building along with one with 30 units that's 2 stories tall. They found that there were people who were worried about the lines that might leak. I've heard this from several people. But utility lines, including plumbing lines, are everywhere in a big building, in the walls between each unit, especially in a multi-story building. The lines for heat pumps are copper. They're just like fresh water lines. They last forever, and they've had no issues with leaks, no incidents. Both affordable housing units that I visited at Cambrian Rise also have solar on the roof. Heat pumps are clustered in the middle of the rooftops, and the solar is placed along the edges. It was interesting to go up and observe that. So both heat pumps and solar are accommodated. Solar covers the common areas in the building, the electricity in the hallways, and also for the use of elevators. I found out the elevators use 15% of the electricity in these buildings. It's quite a lot to have for an elevator. But it appears that there will always be just opinions about what works and what doesn't work. And there's no one ideal system for every building. But we know that heat pumps work in multi-story and multifamily buildings and can be customized for each situation. I trust that answer will arrest some of your fears. It certainly was an important thing for me to discover, and it's a very important concern to have that question, especially for affordable housing. And we like to think that making this new form of heating and cooling available to those living in those kinds of housing situations in multifamily story buildings is available to them as well. Heat pumps clearly is our pathway forward. We cannot continue to use natural gas for everything. We tend to think of natural gas as clean and inexpensive and in abundance. It's not inexpensive anymore. And it's abundant, but it's not clean. Natural gas is commonly a byproduct, I think you know this, of oil extraction, especially during hydraulic fracturing, and oftentimes is so overly abundant, maybe you've seen this, that it's vented into the atmosphere and burned off at the extraction site, both of which vastly increases the carbon pollution associated with the natural gas process chain. We can't do that anymore. One of the key greenhouse gases released from venting and leakage is methane. And research shows us that methane, when released into the atmosphere, is more than 80 times powerful than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. It's methane emissions, paired with a variety of other pollutants that natural gas releases, that packs a serious punch, a very serious punch, into our health, safety, and our environment. We've only got a few years left to get this right and turn the corner to ensure decades of healthy living, not just in South Burlington, but on our planet. The ordinance before you helps us get there. You need to vote for it, please. Heat pumps must be a part of this equation. We know they work, and we know they are far better for our environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And next online is Roseanne Greco. If you could just turn on your camera, Roseanne. There we are.
Yes, good evening. I didn't expect it. Good evening, councilors. My name is Roseanne Greco. I live on Four Sisters Road in South Burlington. My comments will be very brief and not near as technical as what you've heard. I support all of those who spoke out in favor of this ordinance. I'm very much in favor of this ordinance. Really recommend that the council enact it as soon as they can. I don't have the technical data to give you. I just have personal experience with heat pumps and with both with a heat pump, hot water heater, and heat pump heating and air conditioning. We moved here in 2007, did a lot of efforts to make our house more energy efficient and primarily to save the environment. In 2013, we turned in our rented gas hot water heater and bought an electric heat pump. It has been absolutely fabulous. Going on next year will be 10 years. Never been without hot water. And then in 2015, we bought a heat pump, heating and air conditioning unit. We have a major unit, and I don't know all the technical terms. I think it's a condenser outside the house with 2 lines, one on our main floor and one upstairs on our second floor. And we have a very, very large house. Way too large. Sorry, we got this large house up, but it does a superb job. It's incredibly efficient. When you're talking about the kinds of heat and humidity we've experienced over the past few summers, it's almost instantaneously cool. I cannot tell you how much we had expended in these because back in 2012 we bought solar panels and we haven't had an electricity bill since March of 2013. So I can't tell you how much they cost us because they to buy them, but we don't have any bills because we generate our own electricity more than we use. So that's our personal experience with both of these devices. They've come a long way. I'll bet you the technology is far advanced than it was when we bought it. When we lived in Maryland, there were heat pumps, but boy, these are way better than the ones that we had when we lived in the Washington, D.C. suburbs in Maryland. I urge you to pass this ordinance because I urge you to think long-term, to think large. The alternative to not doing this is business as usual. We cannot afford to do business as usual. You all know this, I know, that the climate crisis is so severe, we have to do things differently. Heat pumps are not brand new. We're not inventing the wheel. Many, many places use them. You've heard many examples tonight, but millions of people are using them across the United States and the world. So it's not as if, oh my gosh, this is a brand new thing. It's not. It's proven and it will only get better. But the alternative is to keep using fossil fuels. Natural gas is a fossil fuel, as you heard. It's a major polluter. It damages the human beings and the planet. And to continue using that is just going to make the lives of our children and grandchildren unbearable. So thank you very much for listening to me. I really urge you to pass this and all bold environmental actions such as renewable energies and what you're talking about here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roseanne. Next, here in person.
Hi, my name is Noah Hyman, resident of South Burlington for about 10 years now. And I'm here to talk about a couple things today. I happen to have the opportunity to go to the Climate Solutions Caucus. I happen to win the primary for Chittenden 8 in South Burlington to join the legislature. I was there at the invitation of Chris Pearson, who was the co-founder. And of course, a lot of what was happening at the Climate Solutions Caucus is germane to this meeting tonight. I did want to talk about a couple of the things that we talked about there. So there's been a lot of anecdotal conversation tonight. And so what was just released was the annual progress report from the Energy Action Network. The Energy Action Network is it's Burlington Electric, Efficiency Vermont, Green Mountain Power, Vermont Electric Power, Vermont Gas, Vermont Public Power Supply, Washington Electric Co-op. It's UVM, it's Dartmouth. It's like 7 or 8 of UVM's colleges. And of course, businesses. And just about heat pumps, if I can approach you, you can have this copy. Here's the data, the real data. It goes back to 1990, most of that data. And besides the cost being better with a heat pump versus oil or gas, those other fossil fuels will produce roughly 60 tons of CO2, 60 tons versus less than 1 with a heat pump. And we haven't even talked about that part of the climate crisis. Also, what did come up a lot is another little hint out here. This has to do with the president's new bill, and these are the extra incentives. One for each of you. Incentives that will be coming to citizens. Now, this is roughly the real dollars. The fact that we already have, I made extras if you guys want to. The fact that we already have incentives from our utilities and the state. This is extra money that will reduce the installation of appliances, heat pumps, electric cars, and ways for the state of Vermont to meet its climate goals. I believe in this change locally because it will lead the rest of the state. I think it's an important step, such an important town in the state. I mean, we are number 2 now behind Burlington as of January 1st, ahead of Rutland. And I think it's a real big signal that the two largest municipalities in the state are adopting these measures. This information I also sent out to I just passed out to you guys is also available on the White House's website and the U.S. House of Representatives. Also supporting this specific endeavor in South Burlington, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recent climate action municipal paper. It's number 2. I'm sure it's available for you as well. Is asking us to reduce our fossil fuel consumption by 40% by 2030 as regional global warming solutions, as the Regional Global Warming Solutions Act of 2020 is encouraging us, and encouraging the use of energy efficient appliances, specifically in homes and cars, which is about 75% of our statewide emissions. There's extra money that is one time. We don't get this kind of influx of money very often in Vermont. And to assist the state, this would put you, if you were to buy a heat pump for your house, for your new construction, this would reduce the payback time on that by roughly 20 to 25%, depending on the size that you did. Also, to refute some more anecdotal stuff, I had a mid-century modern house that was hemorrhaging electricity and heat in a way that I couldn't even comprehend when I bought the house. I was getting gas and electric bills in excess of $1,000 a month. So much so that Green Mountain Power thought we were a business. I had Mr. Gardner and his company out to the house. He did an energy audit, and I think you said it was the second worst he's ever seen in his career. And I scarcely have an electric bill now, and I use heat pumps. And my house is cozy, it's comfortable. I'm raising my children in it. They love it, and I do too. And I hope that you adopt these changes. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next person online, excuse me, Amy. Amy Dimitrovitz, and I hope I pronounced your last name correctly.
Close. It's Demetrowitz. Hi, I'm Amy Demetrowitz. I'm with the Champlain Housing Trust. And I want to say we support this ordinance as it relates to single-family homes, commercial buildings, and small multifamily buildings. Especially single-family homes. I think the technology is very much tried and true, including with domestic hot water. And I think generally, per person, single-family homes absolutely use more energy than multifamily housing does. We have issues with the technology as it relates to multifamily housing, larger buildings. We do own one of the buildings out at Cambrian Rise. There's two affordable housing buildings out at Cambrian Rise. We have a 76 unit multifamily apartment building, and Cathedral Square has a 70 unit senior housing. Both buildings are cooled with heat pumps, but we both have hydronic natural gas fired heating systems in those buildings. We ourselves, Champlain Housing Trust, we only have two buildings that have heat pumps. It's the one out at Cambrian Rise, and then we have one right there in City Center, Garden Apartments. Both of them are just used for cooling, not for heating, because we have been nervous about taking that leap and using the systems for heating. We have not heard good things, frankly, from other owners of multifamily buildings as to how they perform. And we also know that the maintenance costs have been higher as well. So as we more and more are realizing, very much because of climate change, that we will need to include cooling in our buildings, I do anticipate that we are moving towards installing heat pumps in our buildings and will be heating and cooling with heat pumps. But you need to understand that the technology is very complicated, and that the technical and financial calculations as it relates to multifamily housing are much more complex. Again, with single family homes, absolutely. And to include, we support as well the inclusion of building inspectors who will be looking at single family homes the way that they already have been for decades, multifamily housing, to make sure that they're complying with energy code. So we're a little mixed. I can't say that we're necessarily completely in support of the ordinance. We have concerns about how it relates to multifamily buildings, and especially we have a concern and would really hope that you would remove the requirement for domestic hot water being fueled by electricity in multifamily housing buildings. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next here in person.
I'm Kayla Moore. I'm here to speak from the perspective of a resident and homeowner in South Burlington who wants to get off natural gas. I've been a resident of South Burlington for more than 10 years. We bought our initial home in 2012 in the Laurel Hill Orchard neighborhood. It was a 1959 ranch house. We loved that house, and we made several energy improvements to it while we lived there. Yet it was never going to be highly efficient because of the way it was built in 1959. Even though I had heard natural gas was clean, I had no qualms about using natural gas at that time in my home. I even upgraded my stove to get a natural gas range because I liked cooking with gas. And we even swapped out our wood burning fireplace for a gas fireplace in that first home. A couple years ago, as our family grew, we decided we needed a little bit of a larger living space, and last summer we moved across town to a larger house. We bought a 2014 3,600 square foot colonial house. Although it's newer and is more energy efficient than our prior house, it does heat with natural gas, and it has 2 natural gas fireplaces. I was hoping, because it was newer and more energy efficient, that it would be easier to scale down and get off of natural gas. But having contacted several contractors, I've realized that is actually very difficult, even for a newer home built in 2014, to retrofit after the fact. So that's why I think this ordinance is important to adopt. Retrofitting is very costly. Even newer homes that are built today, if a homeowner wants to get off natural gas in the future, it's going to be very costly and very expensive and wasteful, because you're going to be swapping out newer systems. And so I think today, with the design standards and the construction and the technology that's available today, to continue building with natural gas systems is just irresponsible. I can tell you from my own perspective, based on the size of our home and the existing duct system, we're told that to add the 5-ton compressor heat pump, which will require plus an additional mini split, it will cost us over $13,000 after rebates to retrofit. And that is not going to provide us enough heating in the winter, unfortunately. And this is because of the way our home was built and designed in 2014. Again, if this ordinance was in place today, houses would be built a little bit differently. I'm confident maybe 3,600 square foot homes would be a little less common, and I think that's probably a good thing. Unfortunately, because of the way my home was built, I may never be able to get off natural gas, which I find extremely unfortunate. I'm hopeful that's not the case, but I think that there are countless examples of newer homes being built today that are more energy efficient, all electric, or using high efficiency heat pellets and other sources of renewable energy. And the solutions are certainly there today. Our Burlington neighbors are just one example. I think if this ordinance is not adopted, builders will certainly keep doing what they're doing, because why change the routine if you don't have to? And for every new home or building designed to heat with fossil fuels tomorrow, the consequences of inaction today will only be compounded. We are already facing an enormous challenge. Retrofitting buildings after the fact is exceedingly expensive at best. And with the hundreds or thousands of new buildings in the pipeline, I urge you not to make this mistake. I'd like to think that the future holds some promise for reducing our dependence on fossil fuels and for my children who are facing down a future that is all but certain to be filled with extreme weather events and the countless challenges that will inevitably come with that. I'd like to think that we at least tried to do our part, and I urge you today to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that there are no other people online, so we're going to be continuing here in person. If there is still someone who'd like to speak online, please put your name into the chat.
My name is Haley Shan. I live in South Burlington, and I've been living here for 4 years. And speaking as a private resident of this town, we had 2 heat pumps installed, one last year, one the year before. And one was in the basement. That was the first one we installed. And the basement was very cold before that. And the other one was in the study. And we found it very comfortable to have that situation because we could heat the room that we need. And the distribution of the heat is much better that way when we have it installed in the end of the line of the heating source. So we wish that we could install 2 more, one in the upstairs bedrooms and one in the sunroom, which is at the very end of the heating line. The sunroom right now is pretty cold. But we were told it's impossible to do that because we live in a duplex condo, and the way that's laid out, it's impossible unless we have very extensive duct work. So I'm hoping that the new constructions will consider this, and I'm pretty sure that with 4, 1 in the basement, 1 upstairs, and 2 in the main floor, we will be very comfortable just living with the heat from the heat pumps and away from the gas totally. And compared with the budget of electricity plus the gas of the past 2 years, which is unfair to do a very short-term comparison. But I guarantee that it's going to be probably better if we can keep the same temperature. We do find about 5% more of the total utility with the gas plus the heating from the electricity because we have increased the winter temperature by 4 degrees after we have installed the heat pumps because my husband likes to have warmer climate. So it's difficult to do a fair comparison between the two, but I'm sure that it will be very comparable just from the cost of keeping the house warm and comfortable with the two. And I know that the gas prices is going to increase. I don't know about the electricity will increase at the same rate. But I think because everybody is going in the direction of putting more electricity and increasing solar and other source for the electricity generation. So in the foreseeable future, I think the nation is going in the direction that the gas price will increase faster than the electricity. So I think that this is the right way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
For the record, Dylan Giambattista. I'm with VGS Vermont Gas, and I'm here joined today with a colleague, Mike Gifford. Mike is an expert who works with commercial customers at VGS, and he is an efficiency lead on that front. So we certainly welcome an ongoing dialogue, recognize this is just an opportunity to provide some feedback for the public, but certainly VGS, we're right down the road on Swift Street. We've had a presence here for many years. We're a large employer, about 130 employees who work in the thermal energy space, and that includes working with customers every day. I'm sure many of you are customers here tonight, but also working in our energy efficiency utility to try to provide services to folks, help them improve the efficiency of their home. It includes maintaining a safe system and working with folks on a policy front to ensure that as Vermont makes its energy transformation, we're part of that solution as well. So just real quick, want to let you know that we have 55,000 customers across Northwest Vermont. That comprises Franklin County, Chittenden County, and Addison County. With regard to South Burlington, we provided some written comments where we gave an overview of our business profile and so forth, but there's about 7,500 premises here in South Burlington that we serve, and of those, I believe it was 83% is residential. So a large residential footprint, but 17% would be commercial or industrial customers. Just as a baseline, VGS is fully committed to the state climate goals, and we recognize that this is a very dynamic moment. We have initiatives at the federal level, as some have mentioned today. Certainly there's been a lively debate at the state policy level with regard to adoption of thermal sector policy, because we know that thermal sector emissions account for 34% of Vermont's total greenhouse gas emissions. And then at the local level, there's an emerging conversation. And last year, we had a long, lengthy dialogue with the folks down the hill in Burlington about their proposed renewable energy ordinance and the adoption that came after, and now the implementation of that ordinance. So we have a lot of experience here, and we're certainly happy to share feedback. Just as a sort of a baseline, what we do is we focus on three key ways to try to help our customers adjust to this energy transformation that's underway. The first is really around efficiency, as many have spoken to tonight. It's critical that we weatherize homes and ensure that those shells are such that we are keeping the energy and reducing usage. So that's in our future state. We see that as the first piece of the puzzle. The second is to really increase access to the latest in-home technology. And believe it or not, at VGS, we actually are offering technology that we've talked about tonight. Electric heat pump water heaters for certain residential applications. We're exploring a number of new technologies that we will see contribute to reducing emissions as well. Some of those might include, say, geothermal, which we are very excited about, but also things like in-home technologies such as perhaps hybrid heating solutions, which might involve heat pumps in the future. So we are actively working on that, and you'll be hearing from us soon if you are a customer on that front. And then finally, the other is just how do we displace, for that remaining energy use in our system, the fossil fuels that are there. And that will require innovation. It will require different types of alternative fuels put into our infrastructure. But I just want to call out here that we have a lot of pipe buried underground in Vermont. Most of it is high-density polypropylene pipe. It's very safe. We have one of the tightest systems in the country. And those pipes can carry different types of fuel because the pipe itself does not care what flows through it to a customer's home. So in the future, we see different types of fuel coming online. There's a lot of talk about renewable natural gas, hydrogen, and other technologies. And in fact, we're working right down the road at Global Foundries on a project to displace fossil gas in their production process by creating green hydrogen. So these are the types of technologies that are underway. I just want to say that recognizing this is a rapidly changing policy environment, we stand ready to assist however we can, and we generally support policy that is first aligned with our state policies, and that would include the Global Warming Solutions Act. We're on board. We need to reduce emissions. We're going to do it. We also support policy that sets a clear performance standard. And what that means is a percentage of renewability that we can aim for and try to adjust our practices to, or in the case of a statewide clean heat standard for the thermal sector, it would be setting a performance standard for all energy providers statewide in this space. That's something that we can support. We also will support policy that is technology or fuel neutral. And as written, the current proposal speaks to a renewability that is defined as multiple technologies, and it sets that standard that we would have to meet. So in general, we're supportive of that concept. But I will say that the last piece that's critically important, and many folks have spoken to it tonight, it's ensuring that Vermonters who are most energy burdened, for whom the cost is the greatest can partake in the change that is underway, both statewide and in communities. So as you weigh proposed thermal energy changes at the local level, we would encourage you to think about what the cost impact will be for individuals, be it those who might be income qualified for housing, but also for businesses, manufacturers, and others. It's critically important to think about the cost, folks' ability to afford it in this environment, and how we can work together to make this transformation work for everyone. So with that, I will conclude my remarks. I don't want to take a lot of your time. You have a lot of written remarks that we've already provided in your packet. But certainly as the conversation unfolds, I just want to commend all of the local stakeholders who have so far reached out to us or participated in this conversation. We have felt that we've been accessed in terms of folks reaching out to get technical information, to ask us about our services, and we remain eager to be part of that conversation. So thank you for having us tonight, and just commend the community for coming out and showing up for this discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Very good. And next, please. Nobody yet? No.
Beth Zigmund, 338 Golf Course Road. I first want to say thank you to the council. I'm very grateful to live in this community where this issue has been taken so seriously. And your approach has been so thoughtful. And I am so grateful that you're giving it the urgent attention that it deserves. I strongly urge the council to vote in favor of this ordinance, in fact, the most robust ordinance possible. I'd also like to express my strong support for the hiring of additional staff. I know this is a little off the, off the main topic, which was suggested by Jesse Baker, including administrative support, building inspection capacity for single and multifamily homes, which I think is long overdue. And support for our local developers and property owners in adapting to the new ordinance. I think that's an important request. I'd also like to urge the council to consider the fact that, some of the testimony that we're hearing tonight is clearly very favorable in terms of the feasibility of multifamily construction under this ordinance. And we've heard some testimony that's against it. And I would just urge the council to consider the fact that those who tend to speak against this sort of ordinance are those who don't have any experience doing this. So, we would not ask the makers of horse and buggies to advise us on how to construct, how to build electric vehicles, for example. So I would just like to throw that out there as a little analogy. We might want to give a little more credence to those who have actually got experience in building this sort of stuff. But anyway, specifically though, I'm here, I wanted to ask the council, we heard some testimony in the previous meeting on this subject, asking the council to provide a special exemption from the ordinance for multifamily housing. If the exemption were added to the ordinance, I have a question and a comment. Would it apply only to buildings that were 100% or majority affordable units, or would it apply to all multifamily buildings? I think this is an important distinction, and maybe I'm just not expert in this subject, but it seems to me that developers generally push as hard as they can to maximize the number of market rate units in those multifamily buildings. So if we set this, this ordinance such that it would allow for an exemption in multifamily buildings, we would be giving an exemption to buildings that are primarily market rate units, with a few affordable units thrown in only because the city council has basically forced the developers into including those affordable units. So that's my first point. My other concern is that allowing an exemption that would amount to lower building standards for affordable housing or multi-unit housing, I think threatens to perpetuate inequities in the long run. The reason I think that is that today's construction is not just today's housing. These are buildings that are going to be around for 60 to 100 years. I've seen estimates that's, again, I'm not an expert here on this, but, any reasonably trustworthy source says that, these are buildings that are going to be around for many, many decades. So I think the arguments we've heard about affordability need to be seen in that context. The primary reason is that the future owners of these buildings that potentially could still be using fossil fuels if they're, still putting in gas furnaces, are going to be subject to the ongoing historic volatility of fossil fuels for heating and cooling and cooking. Sorry, I just have to ground myself again. For example, Vermont Gas increased the cost of natural gas 27% between July and August of this year. That's an enormous burden for low-income people. The bird's eye view of this issue clearly indicates that there will be upward pressure on fossil fuels into the future. Why? Because as the climate crisis intensifies, global pressure is going to increase the prices of fossil fuels due to a variety of forces, including international carbon pricing mechanisms, federal and state policies, growing recognition of potentially massive financial risks associated with fossil fuel investments, etc., as well as local actions like these. Therefore, by allowing special exemptions from the ordinance for multifamily buildings or other considerations, we'd essentially be saddling future generations of owners, and I mean 10, 20, 30 years down the line, with having to do retrofits. Because the cost of fossil fuels, or they're going to be stuck with fossil fuels, and the costs are certain to remain wildly unpredictable and escalate relative to renewables, which have done nothing but come down in price in recent decades. The developers and builders, I want to mention, will bear none of these future costs, zero. Once these buildings are built, they walk away and they pay none of the costs for the retrofits. The other point I'd like to raise is that retrofits are expensive. Obviously, we've heard testimony on this already. By allowing exemptions, presumably to save on construction costs today and in the near term, which is a point that's been debated by some of the other testimony tonight, we would commit future owners to expensive retrofits. To use my own home as an example, and we heard a little bit about this from Kayla, we are trying to get our house off gas as well. But the cost is exorbitant, well over $10,000. And we also live in a fairly leaky house. We've already had it weatherized to the tune of, I can't remember, but it was not inexpensive. And then I want to add one more point. I know my comments are going on and on, but I want to add one more comment. It's minor, but I think it's worth mentioning. I'm a physician, as some of you know, over at the hospital, and I'm a lung specialist, and I'm also involved in various sustainability projects, one of which is a weatherization health initiative, which is funded by the Department of Public Services. It's still in a very early phase, and it's focused on the health benefits of upgrading houses for a cohort of about 50 non-smoking households who have children who suffer from poorly controlled asthma, which is known to be exacerbated by certain housing conditions. One of the upgrades to be made for participating families is a conversion to electric cooktops. There's a small but growing body of evidence that gas stoves, during cooking, and also it's thought to be, to a greater extent, from fugitive emissions from the gas valves or pipes, which results in indoor air pollution in the form of a variety of toxins, including volatile organic compounds, and a recent very strong study out of Stanford showed that also there are some dangerous carcinogens like toluene and benzene that are part of that mixture, which you probably already know have been shown to cause cancer and also exacerbate existing lung diseases. Interestingly, these effects are believed to be more severe in smaller kitchens and somewhat paradoxically in units that are more heavily weatherized and less leaky, like the ones that are currently being built. So I don't want to overstate the existing evidence on this, and probably no one in this room really believes that our gas stoves are making us sick. But this is an emerging field of study, and the reason I'm bringing this up is that I think any time that we allow for a differential standard between things that are built for people who have money and a lot of money, and people who don't have as much money, then we risk perpetuating or even creating inequities in the future. So again, I think that we need to look very far into the future, not just next year or 5 years or 10 years, but we need to look at the impact of these buildings 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years from now. So in conclusion, again, thank you for all the effort and time and passion you put into this. And I urge you to vote in favor of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have someone online. Thank you again. Keith Epstein.
Hello, I'm Keith Epstein. I live in South Burlington in a home that I upgraded to net zero energy a few years ago and got off natural gas. I'm also a member of the South Burlington Energy Committee. And I appreciate you taking this public comment. Heard a lot of really good things tonight. And I encourage you to vote yes. And if you're thinking of voting no, then I ask you to think about how else will South Burlington meet our climate commitments that we've made. And we have a draft climate action plan. And so, yeah, if you're thinking of voting no, then you know, what else are we going to propose to meet our goals and our commitments? And I see this as a large step forward towards meeting those goals, and encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next here up in person.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Snyder, and I'm with Snyder Homes. We're a home builder and also a multifamily builder of homes within South Burlington. So thank you for your time. And I do have a lot of experience associated with construction techniques, and also heating and cooling and hot water within different types of homes, with both within South Burlington and other areas in Burlington and Williston. I think there is a piece that we are all need to focus on, and that is efficiency of buildings and efficiency of new buildings. And that is really the ultimate goal of all of the code changes that have taken place over the last 10 years that we've seen both from the state and also from the local municipalities. And I think that and I'm going to use a quick example about a building in which we constructed recently here within the city center, and that is called Dover Place. And in that particular building, there are 43 apartments located in that building, and the air changes per hour was 0.08, which is extremely low for a multifamily building of that size. And so what that does and proves is that we're already building extremely efficient homes and apartment buildings within the city based upon the existing code. And so we haven't seen all of the positive results of all of that work that has already transpired and that we've changed to. And so I do think that we need to be focused on efficiency of the exterior wall sample as our primary focus of how to utilize our resources. So that's number one. I think in terms of multifamily buildings in particular, the goal to electrify, multiple systems within the building, I certainly understand and do think that it is possible to electrify the heating system within the buildings. There are costs associated with it, not only in initial costs, but also long-term maintenance costs that people are not discussing. One of them is that the heat pumps typically last about 10 years, and in terms of they start losing some efficiencies, but they do tend to need to be replaced more often than a natural gas boiler does. Now, that will improve over time, and I realize that that will change, but people do need to understand that there is a cost associated with using the mini splits. In terms of the ventilation and domestic hot water within the multifamily buildings, there are products available, very limited, that have been used in a very limited amount within our marketplace. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't go out and pursue other places that are using these for both ventilation and domestic hot water, but I do think that we are pushing the envelope further than what the technology is going to allow for within the multifamily buildings. And as a side note, within Dover Place here in South Burlington, we do use natural gas to both produce the heat and domestic hot water within the building. And there are a total of 3 boilers associated with that building for the entire 43 units. And there are 2 water storage tanks. That is it. The water storage tanks, I believe, are 80 gallons. So there are 2 80-gallon tanks and that store the hot water, and then a boiler that essentially works and creates the hot water throughout the building. That's for 43 apartments. And so that is extremely efficient use of whatever type of product is creating the heat or the domestic hot water. So I just wanted to point out that we're already doing a lot of the efficiency things, and that the focus should be and with the current systems that are available, the heat pumps are capable of being used for the heating system more transferably or more easily, but in terms of the ventilation and domestic hot water, that is not the same. So I would recommend that you, if you do choose to adopt the new ordinance, that you do follow the Burlington exemptions, in which both ventilation and hot water were not included based upon the existing technologies in place. I would also recommend that you hire some consultants. I realize that this is a big change, both for the city council, but also for residents, and also for people who build within South Burlington. And that you hire a consultant who's really going to follow through and formalize, some of the details that need to be incorporated into a potential ordinance. That I feel, yes, the city of Burlington did their own study, but maybe it's time for the city of South Burlington to do some study as well. The other one point that I think is a valid point as well is, in terms of projects that are already permitted, and the question is, when is this going to become in effect, and in what type of projects that it becomes effective to, is a very interesting discussion, because if there's projects that are already approved and actually have Act 250 approvals and some of municipality approvals, and also agreements in which they provided natural gas to the neighborhood or extended lines, or in terms of power needs, none of the power needs associated with going all electric probably have been considered in some of these pieces in terms of the infrastructure. So my recommendation is to, really think about what types of projects or what projects that fall under this new ordinance. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We're still here in person.
Hello, my name's Steve Cordell. I'm an architect here in Vermont. I'm with GBA Architecture and Planning up in Montpelier. And so I'm here in support of the ordinance. And we have, I think, advancing this move away from fossil fuels is commendable, and it's something we have to do in the current climate where we are. And my firm has recently finished and is currently working on a number of different commercial and multifamily buildings where we have gone all electric for heating. And we've done that with using heat pumps, and we've done it in a variety of different ways. So there's not a one size fits all for these. But we've been pushing for, the last decade or so to go all electric. And as sort of the push, and as more products come online, the systems just keep getting better and better and better. And so I think as the demand for electric increases and the demand to get off of fossil fuels increases, that the systems that are available to us just make it that much more possible. I think Nick had mentioned the energy standards for the residential and commercial building energy standards that Vermont has adopted. They're incredibly robust, and they have made it so that the demands of our energy for our heating and cooling systems is actually much less than it was much longer ago with much leakier buildings. And so with the tight envelopes that we have, it's much easier to satisfy with heat pumps and compressors. And so we're looking at different ways in some of our buildings and we've done this with multifamily buildings that are new, and we've also done it with some renovations. So a 49 unit new multifamily building, we have all the units with fan coil units on the roof, and they serve each unit. And then we also have been doing this with some commercial buildings, and we've done it with renovation as well as new. So we've done it with a banking institution where we just removed all their fossil fuels and just pulled out the propane tank, which is kind of a big move to make. And then we've also done it with the homeless shelter that we just finished, where we've gotten off all of the fossil fuels there too and gone all electric. Now we are just starting a new building that we're just beginning. It's in construction, and it's 19 units, and that is going to be the first building that we're doing where we're completely confident that we can meet the heating and cooling needs as well as the domestic hot water needs. And partly that is hot water, definitely it gets trickier, the domestic hot water, and it's partly because of the peak load, the demands. Like if everyone gets up between 6 and 7, has to get a shower or bathe, it's going to take a long time for the hot water tank to recover. And so there's different solutions for that too. And for some of the new multifamily that we're looking at using small, inexpensive individual hot water tanks in each unit. So that's one way of doing it. We looked at looking at commercial hot water systems, and they're out of whack in terms of the cost. But again, I think with ordinances such as this and pushing this forward, I think all those costs are going to just continue to come down because the improvements we've seen over the last decade are amazing. So I truly support this and hope you vote yes for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still continuing it in person.
Hi, I'm Paul Engels, South Burlington resident, also a planning commissioner. And I just wanted to share the latest information from the Inflation Reduction Act about heat pumps. Heat pumps for heating. If your household income is 80% below your area's median income, you receive the maximum rebate, covering your new heat pump at 100% up to $8,000. If your household income is 81 to 150% of your area's median income, you'll receive up to 50% of the heat pump's cost. If your household income exceeds 150% of your area's median income, you receive a 30% tax increase up to $2,000 on new heat pumps. The rebates are significant for low-income homeowners. According to Home Advisor, heat pumps cost an average of $5,792. In most cases, low-income households will get a new heat pump for free. Heat pumps for hot water. The Act also provides a rebate of up to $1,750 for heat pump water heaters, induction stoves, dryers. There's also a rebate of up to $840 to offset the cost of heat pump clothes dryers or an electric stove, including induction ranges. How to get a heat pump rebate. State governments will execute the rebates. The Department of Energy will likely issue guidelines to the states In late 2022, the heat pump rebates will apply to equipment purchased after January 1st, 2023. Thanks.
Thank you. And we are still in person. Is there one more person here?
Hi, my name is James Dufour. I'm a developer in Burlington, and this is the first time I've ever talked at a city council meeting ever.
Well,
So,
welcome.
Dufour, D-U-F-O-U-R. So I've heard a lot of pro heat pump and pro legislation comments, and I agree with almost all of them. The only things I hear negative are from developers who think that electrification costs money. I think if I look at my pro forms, I live in a world of spreadsheets. I don't live in a world of anecdotal data. So I tell these stories, and I want to just prevent slideshows and things like that. But if you can develop in a world where lumber prices go from $300 to $1,400 a square, like 100 linear feet, and where interest rates change from 3% to 6%, the challenge of electrification isn't that big. I mean, it takes more time, it takes more effort, but there's a lot of support in the community. There's a lot of support from energy modelers, from developers. I mean, it's real. It takes time. It takes more effort, but it's not something that is something we should avoid. I mean, there's a lot of challenges developing in Vermont. There's Act 250, there's permits, there's zoning approvals, et cetera, but this seems like something that's really worth it. In part, I'm only really talking right now because I skipped putting my kid to bed to come here to this meeting. And we pay for things now so we can have a better future. And that's what this legislation is. It's making things a little more challenging right now so that in 40 years from now, we have slightly less extreme weather events, but hopefully pioneering the way in Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think that draws to a close our public comments, and I wish to really thank everyone who came out. This was a really very informative hearing, and I especially appreciate the specifics that were brought forward. Very, very helpful in terms of people's experience, both as residents and as professionals in the industry. So I'm just very grateful to you all. I think we need to have a motion to come out of the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
And all in favor? Aye.
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 That's unanimous. And again, just to reiterate what our city manager said before, we will continue. We now have a time for us to actually ask our staff to follow up on some things. So that's the next agenda item. And so just for all of you who have come out, this will lead to a second hearing, and then we will have a final decision at that point. But let us move on to the next agenda item, where we could provide staff some direction based on our preparation for tonight's meeting, as well as the comments that we just heard.
So, linked to the previous agenda item on the public hearing is a revised draft ordinance with language that, at a minimum, we are recommending based on our conversations prior to this public hearing. I know Councillor Reilly also wanted to have the opportunity to watch this public hearing and be part of the discussion. So if there's additional comments the council would like us to integrate into the next draft to bring back to you, we certainly can hear those tonight. We can also put this on your agenda for your next meeting to have a more full conversation if you wish.
Councilor Emery.
Yes. Councillor Chittenden, Senator Chittenden.
In the interest of time and how late it is, and since you're really just looking for general thoughts, I just want to state the following in a small request of staff, similar to how it was warned here. And just to start off, I want to state clearly, I support enacting the same regulation that Burlington put in place requiring renewable primary heating sources for new construction. It makes a lot of sense. And I'm very close to supporting the language on hot water heaters. The testimony tonight from Amy Demetritz from Champlain Housing Trust and Eric Snyder with Snyder Properties was compelling for me, and I hope for us, to consider a temporary time-limited waiver for hot water heaters for just multifamily housing units. The written testimony from VGS also spoke to the same concern raised by those both for large commercial buildings with multifamily housing units. The other written testimony from Evernorth, Eric Hofstra, Redstone, and Cindy Reed from Cathedral Scale also raised enough concern for me on the availability today of current electric hot water solutions that will work for large commercial buildings and multifamily buildings. And John Basange's very thoughtful testimony already highlighted how Cambrian Rise and other new net zero buildings still have natural gas water heaters because the technology just isn't there yet, hasn't been for large scale hot water heating. But I'm optimistic that the technology will get there. I just don't want to delay or thwart sensible development with relatively new, relatively very efficient hot water heating using gas lines that could be used in the future for more renewable sources. So for those reasons, this is my ask to staff. And since Helen's not here, I'd love to have language that could be considered as either an amendment or as something that could be added to this ordinance for our next discussion. To see language that would have a time limited, a sunsetted waiver. So we would add a waiver for hot water heaters, just hot water heaters, for 2 years from new multifamily complexes and large complex buildings. At the end of 2 years, that waiver would go away. That would give enough time, I think, for the Champlain Housing Trust, as well as developers, as well as for the technology to get to where it needs to be. And that matches with the amount of time why Burlington didn't adopt it when it was. And I think that would also give enough flexibility. So my ask of staff, and I don't know if we need to vote on it. If you want me to draft it myself, Jesse, I will. But I'd love for at the future meeting to just consider language that would allow for a waiver that would expire after 2 years on just hot water heaters for large commercial complexes and multifamily units. With that, I'll be done.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable request, and I share your sentiments. I would say that I'm very much where you are, Tom.
If people could just not all take showers at the same time in the morning, that'd be great. Maybe we need a phone app to schedule showers for everybody. Mine says mine's at 7:02. You have to be in and out. I'm just kidding.
I take nighttime showers sometimes.
I'm not going to get into people's personal shower schedules right now, but I share Councilor Chittenden and Councilor Emery's concerns about the effects of the hot water part of the ordinance. This is a separate ordinance, right? And I would like to explore that further, and I'd like to get more information about the cost differences, on new construction for a domestic gas-fired hot water system versus what I would assume is a technology that's not quite there for the whole building. But as we heard from somebody in the public hearing, it is possible to put in a small hybrid heat pump water heater for every unit that would then, give its own hot water. So I think there are alternatives, but I have no doubt that nonprofit, organizations have a greater challenge, right, in terms of financing and the costs regarding hybrid heat pumps and how it would service the building. Because, it's one thing to say you could do it. It's another thing is what the service would actually be for everybody taking a shower at the same time. And I know that from my discussions with Eric Farrell on the Cambrian Rise, that they used gas for the hot water system, but they also used gas to preheat the air in the heat exchange system as well, because they didn't have an alternative at that time when they built. So maybe that exists now. I'd just like to know what those technologies are and how viable or ready they are for implementation on new construction that we might see in the next year or two.
And Summit might be a good source of information because at their in their testimony at one of our last meetings, it was stated that the new structure that they're building here in South Burlington, that it's all electric for the heating and cooling.
For heating and cooling, but I don't remember what they said for hot water.
Not for hot water.
Okay.
But for heating and cooling
Right.
and for stoves.
Yeah, and they said it was all split systems on the roof.
Yes. Yeah. So that would. Anything else from Councilor Chittenden, I guess?
No, nothing else. Thank you, though.
Okay. Yeah, no, I really think that Tom hit it on the head in terms of, what I would just want us to think about. Yeah, otherwise I do feel comfortable going ahead with new structures. I thought that the testimony on the retrofitting was quite compelling. And I would like to hear from Summit if possible, to know exactly, that's an affordable housing development that, from my recollection, is all electric for heating and cooling. So and I think that this is an investment in our future, and we have to,
Okay. We
move
can do that.
forward. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who's been working really hard on this. The next item is the Climate Action Plan Task Force. And I know for people who have been here waiting for this is, it's getting late. So let us go ahead and ask our chair, Ethan Goldman, to come up and speak to us and present this draft plan.
I just saw Paul run out. Is that a problem?
No, he's grabbing some key piece of technology like a charge cable since
He's
gone by or something like that.
Do you need
For a
them?
minute here until
Yeah.
until he gets back. But
Should we take just a 2-minute break?
Sure, we'll take a 2-minute break.
He went running.
have the chance to present it to you tonight. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start out with a couple of broad background things, context that I don't think are new, certainly no research that we've done, but just to sort of put this all in perspective, climate change is no longer something off in the future, although we do expect it to keep getting worse. We're already seeing some of the effects. They're already touching Vermont. Some of these things sound very vague and abstract about spring arriving earlier and later. But if we think practically about the economy of Vermont and the things that we enjoy to do in the snow, there's a real impact on what that looks like in the future. I snowboard and would like to be able to continue doing that. I also like maple syrup, and these type of climate changes could really impact a lot of the natural economies and services that we take advantage of in the state now, and could look very different. Next slide. So what does that mean, right? The goal that we're shooting for, based on the best science that we have in front of us, a lot of it coming from the International Panel on Climate Change, is to try to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, about 3 degrees Fahrenheit, which doesn't sound like very much, but it's the the total effect that it has on the amount of water held in the air and things like that. And so when do we forecast we're going to get there, right? So on the trajectory that we've been on, we could hit that by 2040. And that sounds like it's a ways off, but when you're heading for a cliff, you don't wait until the wheels start losing traction before you hit the brake, right? We need to start making these adjustments now. And I'll show a bunch of examples as we're going through about what does this mean? Like, what kind of effort is it going to take to get to this goal? But I just want to show that sort of global perspective. Next slide, please. So there's some examples, again, from the most recent report from the IPCC. I won't go through these all in detail. You can probably find a much longer list if you go looking for, again, things that are already happening and things that are expected to get much worse as we continue to see warming in the coming decades. It's kind of scary, frankly, right? It can be paralyzing, actually, to look at the magnitude of some of these challenges. And I think it also can sometimes be a little disheartening to think about, like, what can I do as an individual, or what can South Burlington do as one city? But I think it's also important to look on the other side, right? I mean, how can we, in clear conscience, knowing that some of these things are going to happen if we don't take action, sit on the sidelines and say, well, I hope someone else does something about this? So here's our plan for what we are going to do about it. So the process, a little bit, behind this plan started a little over a year ago in August of 21, when the City Council passed a resolution calling for the creation of this climate action plan and chartering the task force for all of us to get together and do this work. That task force held 13 meetings. We did a whole bunch of research. We were heavily supported by the Chittenden County Regional Planning Coalition, who he's sticking it out with us here. Did an awful lot of work to produce the report that you see. And we particularly highlighted some high impact actions. There's a lot of different things we can do, but we really want to draw attention to the things that are going to have the most impact on our emissions. So here's what we're looking at as an inventory and these scenarios. And I do want to give credit to all the folks. This is not I'm presenting, but this whole committee worked very hard on this all year long, including not only Melanie but Ann Janda at the CCRPC, and then of course Paul and Helen, who's not here. So one thing I just want to start out with, because this is one of the most challenging aspects, frankly, the science and the engineering and the mechanics part of this in some ways is easier than the social and community parts of this, and figuring out how do we balance some of the competing challenges for people who need to solve their issues with transportation and housing and other things today, and even as we want to be part of the solution, we have to appreciate the diverse challenges that folks in our community have, right? Not everyone can tackle this problem the same way. And while we went into this process with a great resource from the Vermont Climate Council with these guiding principles for a just transition, which had a bunch of great recommendations, we ultimately found it to be somewhat challenging at the stage where we're working in right now at the plan, right? Which is still at a very high level of conceptually we want these things to happen, but we don't necessarily spell out in the plan what the implementation is going to look like. And again, there's some implementation plans to come. We're going to get to that later. We feel like that's probably the place where we'll really be able to get to the meat of how we deal with equity. So next, the simple takeaway here is there's a lot more work on equity, and we did highlight that in the letter introducing the plan to you, that this is one of the areas that still needs some real attention before this is an effective plan of action. Next slide, please. There are a couple quick takeaways that we did highlight, again, at the high level on equity. So I would say just at a general level, buildings and thermal and renewable are both areas where there are large upfront costs. And there are also investments in homes and businesses that then realize the benefits, economic benefits over a number of years. And so that's particularly challenging for folks who, don't necessarily have the capital to drop $20,000 on a large project, or who might not have the right to make modifications to the building, or might have other challenges with the way that those things are situated. So those are some commonalities between the equity concerns that we had with both buildings and renewable energy. Transportation has some capital costs, but it also has like access to infrastructure issues. We'll get into the EV charging challenges, and that was certainly highlighted for folks who are in rentals or on street parking or in multifamily buildings and things like that. So there's some specific issues that we're calling out with transportation. And natural areas, we're going to talk about this, both from the perspective of emissions and how it can, improve or harm our emissions profile, but also we don't primarily focus in the climate action plan on addressing adaptation, right? We're mostly talking about mitigation, trying to reduce the harm from greenhouse gases, whereas the adaptation is, well, it's a little too late to totally avoid this, right? I often give the comparison, like, we can't have the Y2K experience where after a whole bunch of people worked their butt off for a couple of years before Y2K, nothing bad happened. Everyone's like, well, that wasn't much of a disaster. That would have been awesome for climate change, right? If we all worked our butt off starting in 1980 and there wasn't a disaster, everyone's like, someone brought this up online recently, like, what about the ozone hole? Like, used to hear a lot about that. Now we don't hear anything anymore. It's like, well, yeah, we figured it out, and we did the science, and we did the policy work, and we fixed it, and we don't have to talk about it anymore because we fixed it, right? It's done. So we'd like to get there with climate change, but we're not going to get there in time to have no impact, right? We can already see a lot of the heat waves and flooding and fires and droughts, and not as severe in Vermont as in other places, but starting here too. And natural areas is one of the places where we do identify some of the mitigation and resilience considerations. We could probably find more of those in some of the implementation plans. Next slide, please. So to give a little perspective on the historic emissions and where we're going. So in this chart, the blue line here is looking at the South Burlington emissions going back as far as 1990, and then forecast out as what we call the business as usual scenario, where we don't make any changes to the way that we, heat and drive and all the other issues that we're tackling here. And then the green line is the goal, the target, right? These are what we call science-based targets because they're constructed with guidance from primarily ICLEI, which is a tool that we've used to figure out, what is our portion of greenhouse gas reductions based on where we are and what we are, and what are we going to have to do in order to hit these targets. You'll also see in the notes here that they align with the Global Warming Solutions Act, which is part of Vermont state policy, which is important for us to align with. And so we have milestones in 2025, 2030, and 2050. And you can see that it's a steeper descent to get to 2030. And in fact, it's a little steeper even than what that graph shows, because this was all based on the baseline forecast of 2019 data. And so that goal is actually currently anchored at 2019. And so we may have made some improvements between then and 2022, where we're almost finishing up now, but probably most of the distance to that 2025 goal still lies before us. So it's an even steeper path to try to hit that 2025 goal. I do want to say that as much as it looks like, oh, that's hard, and why don't we just smooth this out and like let's just hit the 2050 goal. Like can we just restructure this? I want to point out, I don't have a lot of charts on this. I'm not going to go into the math of it. This is a cumulative problem, right? This is, every year we go by, the amount that we're putting out that year, we're going to live with for hundreds of years. And so it actually gives us a better end point if we cut emissions sooner, because that means we're working at a lower rate of emissions for all those years. So from a cumulative perspective, there's a reason why we're heading so fast. There's also a technology reason, right? The good news about this work is that we have a lot of the tools, right? Yes, it's a scary place to be in, but we have heat pumps and solar panels and electric vehicles and a lot of incredible technology that is becoming much more cost effective. And so this is really just about let's adopt the future as fast as we can because it's great technology and also it's going to give us a livable planet. It's kind of a win-win, right? And the first piece of these reductions in some ways are going to be the easier part, right? Part of the reason why that last part is so long is you always do the easy stuff first, right? That's what's cost effective. And then you get down to like industrial processes that need 3,000 degrees to melt titanium. And we don't have heat pumps to do that yet, right? It's going to take us a little while to figure out how to get to that stuff. And so that's the hard work we're going to have to do between 2030 and 2050 and why we can't kick the can down the road on the easy stuff. Next slide. So let's look at where these things break down, right? We actually have a different sort of profile than a lot of parts of the country do because our electric grid has already been decarbonized so much. So most of the work to be done is in fossil fuels, right? So roughly speaking, about 2/3 of that is transportation, right? Cars and trucks and buses. And the remaining 1/3 is pretty evenly split between residential buildings and commercial and industrial buildings. And then on the right-hand side, you can see just sort of rough orders of magnitude of how much we're trying to reduce from each. We're taking roughly an even percentage of each. I'd say maybe a little more with transportation, but both of them need to drop a lot in the next. That's 2030, right? That's a big chunk, right? It's coming out of both of those areas. Next slide. So we're going to go through the different sections, right? We've got these different pathways within the different areas of the plan that take on, different portions of our economy and our landscape. And so we're going to start with the big one, transportation. This is 65% of emissions. The two big areas that we're looking at here are switching over to electric vehicles. It's awesome that we have 4 electric buses in Burlington. It's a great start. And other electric vehicles. And vehicle miles traveled, right? That's about shifting the trips that we do either to, virtual meetings or to walking, biking, public transportation, right? And we're looking to reduce that by 2.5% annually, which sounds small. Doing that year over year is a lot of shift to those other forms. And we know how hard those patterns are. And those patterns, the reason land use is part of this category is that those patterns are largely embedded in where do we live, where do we work, and where do we shop, and all the other things that we have to do to travel between, and how are the location of those different activities aligned with the alternatives for public transportation or, bicycle and pedestrian modes. So we have some recommendations here about what specifically the city can do to try to accelerate progress toward those two goals. On the next slide, I'm just going to show a little bit of, I want to try to show some scale for each one of these, right? We have these kind of dry lists of numbers and facts and lots of things to do. Part of what I want to convey tonight as we're looking at this giant document is the speed that we need to move at and what that's going to feel like. So 75% of vehicles by 2030 need to shift over to electric vehicles. And we're talking about both plug-in hybrids and all electrics, right? We include them in this category because really, a lot of the miles can go onto electric and most of the modern plug-in hybrids. That sounds kind of crazy, I think, to say 75% of vehicles, right? There's 2% of cars in South Burlington right now. This sounds absolutely impossible. And what I'm illustrating here is the exponential growth curve that gets us there, because really, this isn't a linear growth curve, right? Just because we put on another 1% of cars last year doesn't mean it's going to be another 1% of cars this year and another 1% the year after that. And in fact, if you go to the next, we'll see a chart of the Vermont-wide numbers that have been tracked where you can actually see the trajectory over the last 10 years. And what we've seen in the last couple of years is that the adoption rate has really accelerated. We're seeing more than 50% increase in the rate of adoption in vehicles between 2021 and 2022. And so if we see that 50% increase year over year, we get the curve on the left. And that actually gets us to above 75% by 2030. So it sounds really crazy, but you know, most of the cars on the road today, there's about a 10-year turnover, will be different cars in 2030. And there's a lot of demand. So the challenge before us, right? This isn't to say it's all done, right? It's great that the car makers are doing this work and Vermont is pushing to, you know, phase out through regulation. The work that I want to highlight with this chart is how are we going to support that rapid growth? What kind of support do we need for the car dealerships? What kind of EV charging network do we need, and how we change the way that we build our homes and businesses? What is it going to look like for the service technicians, right, who know how to, you know, fix your internal combustion engine and now have a totally different set of systems to deal with? We need to think about, like, how do we support all of that local work that will deal with the life cycle of these cars that get manufactured off in Michigan or, you know, Texas or wherever, and still have to get operated here. So we got to start now. That's a really fast curve. Next. So buildings and thermal is the next big section. This is about a third of the emissions. Two big areas are heat pumps and weatherization. We have a lot of homes that we need to do, you know, both electrify and weatherize. 600 homes a year to weatherize. The bigger chunk of it is actually the heat pumps. We need to do 360 homes a year. And so the ordinance that we just spent a long time talking about is a big piece of that. There's some other work to be done there to support that in terms of weatherization workforce. If we go to the next slide. Just to put it in context, right? So looking at some numbers. Right now, and it's a little challenging right now to compare the advice that we're giving here about the number of homes with most of the data that we have, which is the number of heat pumps, but making an assumption that's roughly about 2 heat pumps per home. Some will be 1, some will be 3 or 4 or 5. But if we figure roughly that the heat pumps that we're seeing, about 200 a year sold right now in South Burlington, figure that's covering about 100 homes a year. Our goal is to go to 360 homes a year by next year. That's a big jump. That's a really big jump, right? As someone who's been trying to get heat pumps put in my house, it's not like there's installers sitting around twiddling their thumbs. We need to support the whole life cycle of this. And weatherization is an even bigger challenge, right? That's like an infinity % increase, I think, roughly when I do the math. This is just a sea change, right, in what we're doing with weatherization. And we know that there are huge bottlenecks here as well. So we need to think not just about like, oh, let's make things a little bit better. We need to think about how do we revolutionize our ability to deliver these things, right? We need to look for those type of changes, or there's no way we're going to hit any of these targets, period. Next slide. Renewable energy. This is not a huge part of the overall plan, again, because the electricity that we're using off the grid is already renewable, but as we add all these new loads for electricity, we need to do our part. And frankly, from the perspective of Act 174 Enhanced Energy Plans, which South Burlington still needs to file with the state, if the city wants to have a say in where renewable energy is sited within its boundaries, it needs to have an advanced energy plan on the books. And so we use the goals for what the state is asking South Burlington to do based on our size. It's a pretty huge change. We can get into the details here, but mostly we're talking about solar because of where we are. And it's a lot of roofs and a lot of parking lots. So again, without getting into the numbers, we'll go to the next slide. So generally what we're looking at here, there's a low and a high goal in the Enhanced Energy Plan. So again, just some very rough estimates that I put together from this. You know, right now we have less than 20% of the roofs. If we assume that most of the renewable energy that we're seeing right now on the books for South Burlington is rooftop and parking lot, and there's probably actually some fields, so this is probably even a little generous, right? It's less than 20%. We need to go to between 50 and 90% of the rooftops and parking lots in South Burlington in order to meet the goals that we're going to have to commit to for this Enhanced Energy Plan. That's kind of incredible. What would it look like for half the roofs in South Burlington or all the roofs in South Burlington to have solar on them, right? There's a lot of funky roofs we're gonna have to deal with. Huge change. Next slide. So again, natural areas and adaptation, we heard a lot of very strong support for protecting the natural resources within South Burlington, not only because of the greenhouse gas benefits, but also because of the support that they provide for some of the climate impacts that we're going to see from flooding, from heat, from droughts. So there's a lot of reasons why we want to protect these. And, you know, I know there's been a bunch of work done on this already. We've highlighted some places where we could even further enhance this. And again, we're looking at this on both sides, right? If we can protect the carbon sequestering, you know, forests and other natural lands, then we're continuing to remove greenhouse gases. If we go the other way and we do the wrong kind of development where we're cutting down too many trees, we're gonna, you know, reduce our ability to sequester greenhouse gases, and we're gonna release the carbon in those biomass. So. Again, a little lower down our list just in terms of absolute magnitude for our carbon goals. Next slide. City government operations. So on the positive side, this is a place where we can make a lot of difference, right? This is somewhere where you and the city council and in the city staff basically hold the reins, right? You can decide what projects to prioritize and how much money to spend on different things and what type of technologies to put in place. And so we did spend a lot of time breaking down, you know, the solid waste processing and some of the, you know, vehicle usage, and, you know, to understand where those emissions are coming from. It's also a really important place for showing leadership, right? It's very hard to tell everyone else in town that they need to go invest money in their buildings and their vehicles if the city is not walking the talk first. I do really want to highlight on the left, it's 1,431 tons out of currently, this is our current inventory, out of 196,000 metric tons. So it's about 1% of the city's total emissions. So the two sides of this are, we need to do it, we need to show leadership, we need to, you know, help demonstrate what work needs to go in and do our part as a city government. On the other hand, we can't just focus tunnel vision wise and say, if we just make our buildings perfect, maybe we'll achieve our goals, right? This is just doing our one part. We still have, you know, regulatory goals. We have, you know, financial incentives and taxes that can be used to create the other changes. Next slide. So again, getting down into some of the smaller impacts, but that are nonetheless important where we have opportunities. Few different categories here: small engines, waste, agriculture, and food systems. There's a number of different opportunities in here. Things like the, you know, electrified lawnmowers and leaf blowers that South Burlington has required. I mean, sorry, that Burlington has required could similarly be adopted by South Burlington. There's some other opportunities around waste pickup schedules and things like that. Next slide. So just before we wrap up and go to questions, hopefully we'll still have some time for a little dialogue. I just wanted to share a couple of the findings that we got from the survey that we did. We put out a survey with a few questions and a bunch of free response opportunities. We put that out on, you know, Facebook and through a number of other channels. We also did outreach and encouraged people to go and fill out the survey or just talk to us about what responses they had. One of the quantitative pieces that we asked was, how concerned are you about climate change? And next, you'll see that 75% responded 8 or higher. There's only about 10% that responded less concerned. That frankly mirrors roughly what we see in numbers for the population at large. If anything, I would say it skews a little heavy toward the extremely concerned end of things. There's usually a little more even distribution in those top categories. Again, this is people who are motivated enough to take the survey, so it's going to skew toward the ends. But, you know, the short takeaway from this is that, you know, while not 100% of residents in town put this at the top of their list, there is strong support for the type of aggressive action that we're going to need to take. And that's great. We're going to need to get people involved. So it's really important that we're going to be able to connect to people. So we did ask them specifically what sort of things they would support. Next slide. We got a whole slew of answers here. Again, I'm not going to go through all of these. There's a lot of overlap with the recommendations that that we made, and we certainly took some of these some of this advice to heart as we were finalizing the plan. But I think there's a really good alignment with what we're recommending, and good to see that folks in town are thinking of some of the same ideas that we are. These are transportation ideas. On the next slide, we got a lot of ideas about formatting slides. That's interesting. There's also transportation ideas and heating and buildings. All right, next. We can provide the full list. It's actually kind of interesting to read you take it from the fire hose and read all the ideas. So I'm just going to leave you with these sort of three thoughts, which were the same ones that we put into the cover letter when we provided you the plan, which are the next steps. Implementation plans, which are about buildings and thermal, transportation and government operations. I know there's been a lot of work getting ready for those and still some more planning and funding that needs to be answered, but that's the next area of focus. Plus equity plan being part of that, and really engaging with the impacted communities, finding ways to bring them to the table early on in the process so that we're not trying to make assumptions about what these different populations in our community care about and are challenged by, but that we're hearing directly from them about what solutions are going to work. And then incorporating climate planning into strategic planning. I was really glad to see the first annual report on sustainability in the city, and also really happy to hear how some of the gaps in this year's report about all the different major issues, what was considered about climate, and what was the decision, what was the ultimate decision vis-a-vis climate in all those major decisions, and hear how there's some new planning tools coming to bear next year that can make can help us even more broadly track that, not just the marquee items about climate-specific projects happening in town. So really sort of incorporating that in the city's strategic planning and helping the community do the same. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So this is our chance to ask questions. We're not going to be taking action tonight, but we can certainly follow up. We also have, I would say, a wonderful memo prepared by our city manager on implementation plans. I am always impressed by how much you all do. Perhaps we'll look at that first, and then we might tackle the question. If there are questions that counselors have, we could do that after we look at the memo. Is that something we could do? Yeah.
Sure. I don't need to spend a whole lot of time talking it through. It was staff's attempt to, say what happens next. This is a huge amount of work that many members of our community have participated in. It's really a policy document, and as that moves to an implementation document, and therefore how staff can help drive this, I think especially in the transportation realm, we do have more expertise on staff to help with those aspects. So I wanted to, or the team of us who met wanted to put some thoughts on paper about what those implementation plan, what that process would look like. We won't start that until the plan's adopted, but want to start that conversation. So I can talk through it more, but that's really just to give not have it just be like, okay, we have this great plan that we need to revolutionize everything to do. Now what? Trying to get to the now what portion of that conversation.
Well, I was curious. You had talked about, it just escaped me here. There are 3 implementation plans outlined in the draft climate action plan, and then you also talk about the funding. And I was, very curious about the funding and how, do we have any notion about how much funding will be available? Because we did have some dollar signs. I don't know if that's like a restaurant, $20 to $30, but there were some dollar signs on.
Well, so can I just ask to clarify? Are you asking the cost for creating the implementation plans, or the cost for doing all the work over the next 50 years?
You had some dollar signs next to how much it would cost to do some of these things, or if it was going to be expensive or not expensive, something that would require us to think about equity versus, you had. So just looking at this memo, I just wanted Jesse to explain a little bit about how currently funded through the CCRPC's UPWP program, That's for the transportation implementation plan.
So,
Yeah.
so there's, I think Ethan brings up a good point. Well, you both bring up good points. There's two different things that need to be resourced here, I would argue. There's the development of the implementation plans, which is how, so what? So we have these policy documents. What are the actions? Who's going to do it? On what priority level? How are we integrating equity into that? And I would, and two of those plans are funded. So the transportation implementation plan and the government operations plan, Paul and his team have gotten grant money to support. Whether there is likely some local match we're going to need to do the kind of public process we want to do around those implementation plans, but those are funded in the next year. I think the much bigger question is funding how we are successful at being revolutionary, and that is a question that I think you all will need to seriously tackle during the budget process. You know, to put my thumb on that scale right now, and I think Helen may have just joined us, and something I have said to her, you know, if you think about, you know, our current tax rate is 42 cents on the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
That means we spend 42 pennies on core municipal operations every year. This is not something historically we have thought of as core municipal operations to address climate change. There are a few quarters of pennies throughout there where we think about energy of this building, or we think about our fleet or whatnot. But if we really are going to revolutionize how we as a city are going to operate around climate change, which is historically not core municipal government,
Mm-hmm.
with the adoption of this plan, the council needs to think seriously about how those 42 cents are allocated, and are there additional cents that are needed to fund the humans who are going to do all of this work, and fund the incentives to our neighbors, and fund the communication and the outreach and the education. I mean, I think one of the things I'm taking away from this is that the municipal part of this, what we know how to control and change and manage every day, is a minuscule part compared to, you know, 20,000 residents making personal life choices.
Mm-hmm.
And that is done in partnership with volunteers and residents, and in partnership with the state, and in partnership with CVOEO and other organizations. But somebody needs to be pulling that all together and owning the implementation plan, and charging, you know, creating the tables and the opportunities where that change happens. And right now we don't have the capacity to do that. So it's a very long-winded answer to say we have a little money to do implementation plans, and I think once this becomes the policy of the city, if the council adopts this plan, how we resource that is the next policy question for the council.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I just share the way that we divided some of the recommendations in the plan were into three different buckets, right? There's three different ways that the city can potentially influence emissions to reach these goals. So one is through policy, right? Setting rules and regulations like the ordinance that we just discussed tonight. The next is through financial levers, right? Taxing things we don't want and providing incentives for things we do want, right? There's limits to how much of that we can do, like within the tolerance of a democratic society. And then the third is through communication, right? Setting an example, giving people guidance about what other resources are out there. And one of the other things that we really emphasized as we were thinking about what the city's role was to really be aware of who the other players are who are also trying to get to the same goals, right? We have a statewide energy efficiency program, several statewide energy efficiency programs, right, that are already providing incentives and providing a bunch of services, right? So we don't want to compete with them. We want to figure out how to partner and do complementary things. And so I think that kind of perspective, those are the issues that we're going to get deeper into in the implementation plan and try to figure out, you know, where can we focus our efforts, where they'll do the most good. I don't think it was ever our expectation in this plan that the way the city was going to accomplish this was go out and hire hundreds of people and buy all the heat pumps and install them ourselves, or become a car dealership and sell everyone a car or buy everyone a car, right? Those are really not feasible within this kind of city government. So we need to think about the levers that we do have.
So I don't disagree with any of that, and it takes effort and resources to partner. So
yes.
if I'm held accountable to implementing this policy plan, there is nobody on our team now who can do that relationship building and pull all of that together and market things for our communities and whatnot. That's where I'm not saying we start installing heat pumps at all.
Right,
I'm saying we try and figure out how to support our community to go access all of those resources.
I think our perspective is entirely in line with that, right? If we took the same dollars that we could spend to weatherize, 10 or 20 homes and spent it on resourcing some, staff and some, technical support tools or something like that, we might actually get a lot more impact, right? It's going to be hard for us to do all the work. It's a much better use of our resources to create the structures that will support all these other systems to move in the right direction. So I think what you're describing is exactly the way that the conclusion we came to in the plan.
So could I just ask you, we do have a few people online, but if I might, Ethan, ask you to just address, I have to go back here. There were in the plan, the draft plan, if we were to look at, for instance, let me get there. So here I am, page 22 in the plan.
Do you have it open already? I'll bring it up. Thank you.
Just as an
It's
example.
the city government operations.
Yeah, just as an example. So city to adopt green operations, purchasing and investment policies. And here we have cost, a dollar sign. Is that dollar sign linked to any kind of like number? Like with the restaurant, you have $1 sign, $2 signs. Because I believe that there were some that had more than $1 sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could just, here on page 20, for instance, the ensure resilient stormwater infrastructure has $2 signs. So
yeah, so the dollar signs are a relative assessment. We didn't have the time and resources to go down the whole process that we hopefully will be getting further into an implementation plans of figuring out exactly how much each of these would cost. So I would take them exactly like restaurant ratings, right? $2 signs is bigger than $1 sign, but also when you're in San Francisco, $2 signs is bigger than $2 signs when you're in South Burlington.
Right.
And so I wouldn't even compare between the different categories and say, oh, well, this one's 1 and this one's 2. These are just rough to give a sense of. Some are NA, they don't have a cost, right? Or the cost is sort of de minimis in the context of all this. It's like, well, we just need to, spend some time and put the word out or share this information versus some things that are actually going to mean buying stuff.
and are the dollars, are those like tax dollars? Those are funds that would come from our taxpayers, I'm assuming,
So
right? To
again,
go through our city these things are, as Jesse pointed out, this is city government operations, but here the natural areas still has the open space funds, the resilient stormwater infrastructure. I'm trying to imagine.
So the way we looked at costs for government operations, yes, it would come out of the city budget, and whether that was tax dollars or grants or federal funding or you're more familiar than I am with all the different ways that dollars can flow into the budget if it was to flow out here. In the other categories, the way that we looked at cost wasn't just the city's cost out of pocket; it was the whole community's cost.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
generally speaking, is this a easy or hard?
Okay. So for instance, for small engines, we're also talking about for the homeowner or the person who's doing the lawn work. The curtail or ban small gas powered equipment and ban leaf blowers.
Is this? I'm sorry, I missed when you're scrolling.
That's
Is this still in
page
government operations, or
24.
is this?
This
is
is
now in,
small
Just
engines.
a new one. That's waste,
This is
small
in
engines,
the-
and agriculture
okay.
systems.
Yeah, so this would be the cost for whoever's buying it, right? Mostly not city. You only have a couple lawnmowers.
Okay. Okay, but yeah, as far as revolutionizing, we're gonna have to deal with that as a society. Right? How to weatherize 600 homes per year, right? Or as Ethan said, to get a heat pump, and to do that, what is it, over 200 or 300 homes per year?
Yeah, 360.
Yeah.
So one thing I want to encourage us to think about, and maybe this is guidance for the implementation plans, I feel like it's much more tangible to think about the costs. And it's very overwhelming. We're like $5,000 a home for a heat pump. Oh my gosh. And what we're not necessarily trying to quantify here, but is just as valid, is all the benefits, right? We heard all sorts of people stand up tonight and say, my home's more comfortable, I've been able to reduce my costs, I solved this problem, right? We also heard about people who had other challenges and weren't able to solve the problems. But the goal of doing all this work and the way we should be thinking about it is not how do we dump tons and tons of capital resources into maybe solving this one problem. It's how do we use all these new technologies? How do we accelerate their adoption? Think about it holistically. How many jobs are going to be created in order to do this number of weatherizations a year and this number of heat pumps a year, right? Where are the dollars that are saved going to ripple through the economy? Where, what are the other benefits that we're going to get from improving the air quality, from not having tailpipe emissions out of all those vehicles, right? So we need to think about what are all the improvements that we're making? What is the total benefit? This is one of the great things about trying to solve this problem from a government perspective, because you can very much consider health benefits and quality of life benefits and reduction in residents, out-of-pocket costs, right? You don't just have to look at your own balance sheet and say, well, I can't spend money on that because it isn't going to save me as a business entity money, right? We can take the big picture, which allows us to take a lot of things that are typically externalities and say, nope, that all counts. Reducing the number of storms per year, having better resilience in those storms because we have more local renewable generation, those are making people's lives better and costing us less to rebound from those climate impacts. So we should really think broadly about the benefits. I know the costs are easy to quantify and very daunting, but from a policy perspective, if it saves money over the lifetime, as we look at it broadly, then doing it faster isn't spending money faster, it's saving money faster, right? Why would you wait to plug a leak in your tub that costs you more every day than it costs to plug it? You're not saving money, right? So that's why it's actually good news that we need to do these things faster.
Other people have questions?
Yeah, so one of my concerns is so in the transition to lots of degasification and then going to heat pumps and that technology, what is Green Mountain Power's position on this increase in demand for power? I mean, have they stated a position? And if they look at a potential graph, an increase in power demand from GMP's service area, what do they have any kind of a statement on that? Or
I mean, they've been very supportive of all this kind of work. And one point that I think is really important to make, we heard some comments tonight on the ordinance discussion about how we should anticipate that because electricity demand is going to go up in this context, that the price of electricity is going to go up. Electricity is a funny commodity, right? Partly because it's regulated and partly because there's a huge amount of cost that comes from the fixed costs and infrastructure. And that's true already today with transmission and distribution lines and big generators. In the future, as we move toward more and more renewables, it's becoming almost entirely true, right? It doesn't cost any more to use 100% of the power coming from a solar panel than it does to use half the power coming from the solar panel, right? So there's definitely a cost to the peaks, but in general, when you look at a lot of the plans, my day job, I work with utilities doing this kind of planning, increasing the demand on electricity often decreases the cost per unit of electricity because you're using the infrastructure that we already have more fully, right? You're spreading that cost over more services that you're delivering, right? Think about if we build $1 billion transmission line and run one light bulb at the end of it, it costs $1 billion per kilowatt. That's like a ridiculous amount, right? But we don't do that. In this state, we're actually very fortunate because with Efficiency Vermont's work over the last 20 years, we've really drastically reduced demand. So we have excess capacity already in the grid. Yes, we're going to electrify. We're going to build a lot more out. We will have to invest some in capacity. But generally speaking, I don't think Green Mountain Power is concerned about it. They've been very bullish on this, and they're already taking actions. This building is one of the participants in the peak load management program that uses flexible loads to help deal with the most expensive parts that would cause us to have incremental investments in infrastructure. So yeah, I don't think we should be worried about electricity capacity. We'll either have to build more renewables in state or we'll have to build transmission lines to be able to shift around, bring in offshore wind power that's being built off New Hampshire and Massachusetts and Connecticut.
But if you throw in a requirement for a certain amount of solar, right, over the next X number of years that has to be created, you know, in the city, that could be a large offset for that, right?
Yeah.
So
More local solar, more storage, either through batteries or through connecting vehicles, and also thermal storage with the heat pumps in water tanks and homes being able to act as thermal storage and help shift that to when we have the renewable energy being generated by the solar panels. Exactly.
Thanks.
Anything, Matt? No? Anything, Tom? Or Helen? Welcome.
This is great work too. I forgot to say, and thanks for all the hours spent on this great presentation. And this is setting the footprint for us. So
Yeah, and the great presentation too, that you could actually scratch below the layers of this very simple seeming document. You could see how much thought. Yeah. Helen, do you have some?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to be in and out. The kids will be coming home in about half an hour for dinner, but I just wanted to hear as much as I could. You know, I think there's a lot in the plan, and we have to remember that it really is a plan and not get too focused on the weeds right now. I think the implementation plan development is a place where we start to address what's the cost, what's the capacity, who does what. And I totally agree with Jesse that I don't know if you've had the conversation about goals for next year's budget, but I feel really strongly that we need to think about the investment of city dollars in personnel to help us go for grants, organize this, and work on it so that it's a policy that can be realized and it can't be, I don't believe, with our current staffing, but that's probably another conversation. And I do want to really thank the task force. It was a remarkable group of people who spent an inordinate amount of time sharing their expertise and reading all sorts of things and bringing the perspective of all the committees that they represented to the conversation. So it was I think a really nice way it was organized.
Well, thank you, Helen. All right, we do have some people online who wanted to address us. The first one is Ashley Adams.
Hi there, good evening. Thank you first for your presentation and everyone's hard work on this CAP. I'm here tonight to urge the City Council, though, to send this final draft back to the task force because it does not include airport emissions from ground and flight operations. Emissions from the airport, the largest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions in the city, must be included in the greenhouse gas inventory if it is to be used as a basis for mitigation efforts. So I was very surprised not to see that included. F-35 trainings alone from the Burlington airport are estimated to create around 100,000 tons of CO2 emissions a year. This is a conservative estimate. It doesn't include any other aviation or ground emissions originating from the airport. Without airport emissions, this plan does not represent a data-driven approach that was promised by the authors, and it really is false and misleading without this information. On page 7 of the CAP, the authors state that they excluded airport ground and flight emissions from the inventory because they do not have the, quote, authority to regulate these emissions, and that activities at the airport are not, quote, under their jurisdiction. And this is just simply not a valid argument. In fact, the International Local Government Greenhouse Gas Emissions Analysis Protocol, the IEAP, specifically states that in their emissions analyses, local governments quantify airport emissions. That is the protocol that the authors of the Climate Action Plan should have been using in drafting this plan. Instead, the authors of the South Burlington Climate Action Plan essentially say, it's not our problem. In the midst of a climate emergency, not my problem is really an indefensible position. We've known about climate change for many decades, and our leaders have consistently, year after year, decade after decade, chosen not to act. The entire globe is reaping what we have sown. We're now in the midst of a climate emergency in which people all over the world are literally dying due to a problem that most of them had no hand in creating. The actions we take or do not take materially impact the habitability of the planet, species extinction or survival, and the most vulnerable among us. So while we may see our maple sugar industry disappear, others will lose their food crops, their drinking water, their homes, their lives. There's no additional authority or jurisdiction needed to include aviation emissions and ground transportation emissions associated with the airport in the CAP. So I'm urging this council to insist that the authors of the Climate Action Plan follow the protocol of the IAEP, International Local Government Greenhouse Gas Emissions Analysis Protocol, and include aviation emissions in the CAP inventory. Without an honest accounting of greenhouse gas emissions, the CAP becomes a piece of propaganda. And I'm sorry to say that after I know a lot of folks put a lot of hard work into this, but this is a problem that must be addressed. So before you review this plan, councilors, please ask yourself what your legacy will be. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Is there a response to that comment? Yes.
Can I respond to that? Yeah. So it's an issue that's been raised before. It's a lot of emissions that comes out of the airport, and I understand why it's a valid place to look for opportunities to improve, and a valid question about the boundary that we chose. And I think for most cities, including the airport, would be an obvious choice, and it would be completely consistent with the sort of Scope 1 approach to emissions inventory. We're in a unique situation, or at least an unusual situation. I don't know that many other cities that have the type of arrangement that we have, where the neighboring city, though the land lives within South Burlington's borders, the neighboring city is responsible for operating the airport. So there is already a sustainability plan that is underway for the airport coming out of Burlington. The airport is included within Burlington's climate action plan, if I recall correctly. And so it's not that the airport is neglected, but that from an inventory perspective, it's sort of double counting for us to include it in our inventory. And I would put it more in the category, because it's true that it's possible for the city to advocate, although the role that we have in the airport management board, I forget the term for it, is a non-voting seat, as I understand. So I would say that the opportunities for taking action are similar to the opportunities that we might have for, say, trying to get the clean heat standard passed at a Vermont-wide basis, or trying to get federal legislation passed, right? That we have lobbying opportunities to advocate and use our voice as a municipal body to try to encourage other policymakers to also do their part for climate change. But it's not something that we have direct control over. And it's already being included in Burlington's inventory. So it's not just that it's hard and it was convenient for us to throw it out. It was that it doesn't sit within our jurisdictional borders the way that all the other infrastructure does, and the way that most airports do for the cities that they live in. So I realize it's frustrating for us as South Burlington residents. It seems like we might be able to do something about this really large source of emissions. But I think it would be, not unproductive, essentially, to include it in the inventory if we didn't have the opportunities to do things about it every year, like we do with everything else that's included in the plan.
And I'll just
If I
add,
may follow up on that, it is not included in Burlington's inventory. That's publicly available information.
Okay. Well, we
And another a curiosity here, you don't control my business, and yet my emissions from my manufacturing business are included.
our director of planning and zoning was going to respond.
Thank you, Councilor Emery. I just wanted to add to what Ethan was saying, which is that I spoke today with the acting director of aviation at the airport to confirm that they are developing the sustainability master plan for the airport, which will include a inventory of emissions from all ground transportation, all buildings, and all civilian aircraft, as well as a plan and implementation actions for how to reduce emissions. They're expecting that to be complete by the end of the year. So,
Thank you. Thank you. All right. The next person, I think we'll go back and forth. Donna, if you could introduce yourself and.
Donna Levin. I actually am a member of the Climate Task Force, but this comment. Oops. Thank you. Donna Laban. I was a member of the Climate Task Force, but this comment was kind of generated just this evening. And as Ethan was so eloquently bringing so much information to you so quickly, and it's just one overriding concern that I've had in listening to a lot of news reports about the number of young people who suffer from mental health problems. And I think climate change is a huge issue for young people. And, you know, in many cases, they feel doomed because they just don't see anybody doing enough to solve the climate crisis. And I think, if anything, it's a important message to send to young people that, you know, we are going to, even if the state hasn't acted quickly enough, that, you know, municipalities and cities are taking climate action seriously, and that the mental health of our young people depends on not only seeing that we are collectively willing to spend money and take action to deal with this, you know, impending disaster, really, but also that we want them to become involved. Because 40 years ago, I saw fossil fuel, the oil industry, as being a real problem, that we were going to run out of fossil fuels. Well, I was wrong. We haven't run out, but we found other problems that are equally as serious, that require us to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. And I devoted 40 years of my life to trying to come up with solutions for this. And I think that other young people will be encouraged and go into areas where they can personally and professionally make a difference. And I think that'll really improve the mental health of a lot of young people to see that they can actually do something.
With the change in the workforce that we were talking about earlier, is that what you're referring to?
It's not only changes in the workforce, but it's just changing in the way everything is done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this literally affects, you know, it affects almost everything that we do in some way or another. And it is going to affect, you know, our population. I spent, you know, Chris Snyder was here. I happened to go through one of his model homes up at Quinniasca Ridge over the weekend and asked them there. And they said, well, we talked to one of the residents too when we came in, and I just said, hey, where do you come from that you can afford these $700,000 homes? And they said, oh, well, he pointed out to all his neighbors, none of them are from Vermont. They are all from out of state, and they all, you know, this was not their first home that they were buying. And then I went and looked at the model home, and it was beautiful. It was really nice. But the person showing the home, she said, oh, we heard that South Burlington's going to ban the use of fossil fuels for heating. So I kind of set her straight on that. And I said, you know, it's in effect, it's not an outright ban. There are systems that you can put in that use predominantly heat pumps, cold climate heat pumps, but, you know, do allow for those coldest periods that you can incorporate some gas or some backup fuel into that system. And she seemed satisfied with that answer. And I said that would, you know, those are approved. You know, those would be appropriate under under South Burlington's ordinance because it's not the primary fossil. It's not the primary heating fuel, and you know, so those systems exist. I checked with Chuck's Heating, and they say they're putting in a lot of those right now. You know, it satisfies people's fear that they're not going to have heat in the coldest temperatures, but they're probably not going to use nearly as much natural gas as they think they'd have to because the climate is warming. And, you know, we'll still have some, you know, below zero days, but I think in a lot of ways it's kind of passing the ordinance and passing the climate action plan is to help people cope with the fact that things are changing and that we don't have to be afraid. We know how to handle this.
Thank you, Donna. So there are 4 more people who are online who would like to speak. I just want to mention that the hour is getting very late and the city council still has business left to do. I will permit shorter comments, and I want to just let you know this isn't the last time that we will be discussing the plan because we will be not passing it tonight. So I just wanted to encourage you all to do a minute and a half. All right. If you would. Amanda, yes.
Hi, I haven't timed mine, so I don't really know if it's going to be a minute and a half. And I also, in response to Ashley's and comment and Paul's response, I'll change my comment a little bit. And I would also like to thank the task force for their work. I think it's obvious it's a huge amount of work, and it was relatively easily understandable for someone like me. And I appreciate that the plan emphasizes science-based emission targets because snow for our ski areas and snowboard areas and maple trees don't care whether the CO2 is accounted for in the climate action plan or not. You know, they just care that it's there. And they also don't care if the emissions come from civilian aircraft or the F-35. So I think if I understand that Burlington's climate action plan is going to include the airport emissions, and if that's the case, then we don't want to double count it. But I think it's important that any emissions that's not counted for by the airport in Burlington's plan should be accounted for in South Burlington's plan. And hopefully the F-35 will be included with the airport, with the airport emissions as a whole. But if it's not, I think it's got to be accounted for someplace. We just can't pretend it's not there. So I urge the task force to make any revisions necessary to South Burlington's climate action plan to include emissions from airport that is not included in Burlington's.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. And Carl Martin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I appreciate your taking the time to allow comments. My name is Carl Martin. I live in Montpelier, and I'm a member of People's Green New Deal Vermont, a local advocacy group. I'm obligated to speak at this meeting because climate change, which I will refer to from now on as global heating, does not recognize municipal, county, state, or national boundaries. Let's note that this is Climate Action Week in coordination with the UN gathering in New York City, where it will address the climate catastrophe. Hitherto, neither the city of Burlington, nor the city of South Burlington, or the state of Vermont has honestly and proactively accounted for aviation emissions. I strongly urge the city of South Burlington to make up for lost time and include aviation emissions, including those contributed by the F-35s, in the Climate Action Plan, because aviation contributes significantly to carbon outputs and to serve the desires of a relative minority. For context, international aviation, which refers to flights that take off in one country and land in another, is generally not covered by countries' nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, even though international aviation as of 2018 contributed 1.2% of global greenhouse gas emissions, or about 600 metric tons of carbon dioxide annually, according to the IEA, from which I say all my data. Meanwhile, total aviation emissions, international and domestic combined, contributed approximately 2.4% of total global carbon dioxide emissions as of 2018.
Thank you, Carl.
Again,
I'm sorry, but
I need to come. I have waited. I
I
waited 4 hours.
understand, but we still have an hour left of our meeting, sir, and I need to ask.
Those restrictions were not put in place for people
continue
who
at
have
a future date, sir, please. Thank you. Otherwise, I have to say that we won't listen to others. Please, we need to have some appreciation. We have an hour left of our meeting to go, and we do want to hear from everybody. And I would ask that you write to us if you need to have us hear it immediately. Otherwise, we will have a future meeting, and you are definitely welcome back. It's a late hour, and we need to continue our work. And I would like to then hear from James Lees, and again, a minute and a half, and I know it's short, but I want to give you all, I know you all have waited, and I wanted to give you some time. Is James Lees online?
Okay, hello.
Hello.
So I appreciate the terrific work of the task force, but I think, like several other people, that omitting the aircraft is a big mistake. The airport is located in the city. It's one of the biggest areas of business activity in the city. It emits a huge amount of greenhouse gases, and it's apparently going to be the only one where the business itself makes its own plan. Why should that be? What is there so special about this airport that it gets to do its own inventory? It gets excluded from the South Burlington plan, and it makes its own plan and can exclude the F-35. It just doesn't make sense. This should be equal treatment for everyone. There shouldn't be discrimination against Ashley's business, and she doesn't get the opportunity to make her own plan for her business. But the airport, which emits 1 million times more, they get to control. It doesn't even make sense. We should have one plan for everybody, or one overall task force and planning system for everybody in the city. And it should be equal treatment for everyone. And certainly it shouldn't be left to the airport to make its own plan, because what we know about the airport is they want to expand.
Yeah.
They're interested in
Thank you,
growing
Jimmy.
the airport.
Thank you, Jimmy. We will be
And we were
discussing this
able
in the
to
future.
stop the airport last spring with our airport expansion.
Jimmy, I'm sorry, but I have to cut you off. This isn't, your voices are coming through, and I do appreciate it. This is not a public hearing, so I still do want to hear, because you have waited this much time. But like I said, we will have a future opportunity to hear more, and to have us think about what you're raising here with regard to the airport. And Drew, I would assume it's Drew Schatzer, who spoke earlier. Is he still online?
Yes. Hey, and I know what, hey, hello again, Drew Schatzer.
Yes.
I know I spoke before. I said mostly what I needed to say, and sorry for speaking out of turn. But I wanted to just highlight that if what I heard was correct, that yeah, they said that they wouldn't account for the military's pollution, the F-35 pollution. Just to remind folks, the U.S. military is one of the largest polluters that has ever graced our planet. They're also the most well-funded organization in the history of the planet. These people that are perpetuating these abuses on our global population can't continue to do this, and it's up to us at the local level to do what we can to hold them accountable. And collecting this data is, in my mind, one of the best ways we can do that. So please insist that we include at least the F-35's emission data, if not the entire airports, in our climate action plan. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you, Drew. Much appreciated. And Isaac?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, I'll try to be really quick.
thank you.
I really agreed with Ashley. I appreciate everyone for their work and time. With respect to the sustainability plan specifically, there was a proposal that was passed out of whatever the airport committee to fund that plan. And I believe all it was doing was dealing with ground related transportation and all of that, which they've been trying to address all along. And then basically doing a carbon credit program for voluntarily for air traffic or for air passengers, which is a pretty weak way of addressing aviation, which is also not addressed, again, as people said, in Burlington's actual climate action plan. And the only other comment I had was that net zero by 2050 is too late, and we know that based on the latest science. And so we're basing all of our recommendations and projections and electrify single occupancy vehicles and all of these plans on projections that we know are outdated. Those are from 2018 from the IPCC report. It's way out of date. So I don't really think that we're basing this plan on the latest science, which is unfortunate. And that's all. Yeah.
Thank you, Isaac. Yeah, I very much appreciate your voices. And I like I said, this is not the last time we'll be discussing the plan. Tell us about that. The next time we'll be discussing this plan, Jesse.
This plan will be back on your agenda for discussion on October 3rd. And I believe at that point we'll have another draft, another version of the.
Yeah, so for your October 3rd meeting, you're going to have the version of the plan that is more formally graphically laid out. The RPC wanted to wait until after the Climate Action Plan Task Force had voted on the document to then send it to the graphic designer. Substantively, it'll be the same, but it's going to look a lot more engaging.
Very good. Very good.
So at that point, you can provide feedback or adopt.
All right. Well, thank you. I think that this is myself an excellent basis on which to start. The end zone is constantly shifting, as we know. And of course, we all are very aware that the airport is here within our boundaries. But I just want to, again, thank you, as other counselors have done. I didn't want to end this discussion without really giving you a very sincere thank you, because clearly the amount of data that was crunched and in terms of even discussing the curve and what went into that curve, I can only imagine. You scratched the surface, I'm sure, tonight, but you gave us a glimpse into all that went into it. So I just want to thank you for giving us that all. That was a lot.
Well, thank you for the time and for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Yeah. 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 Very good. So we are moving on to our next item, which is item number 12, which is the fiscal year 24 budget. Oh.
Yay.
This is
Little light agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
right.
the budget at 10:37 on council night. Well, thank you. I think it's probably a cliche every budget year to say this is going to be a really hard budget year, but this is going to be a really, really hard budget year.
Yeah.
We have a number of key concerns, which I outline in the memo. The purpose of us coming before you tonight is we've already outlined and provided sort of initial spreadsheets and RCIP documents to city leadership team. They're currently developing out sort of what it will cost to maintain core government services. But tonight we were going to like to get your feedback on any sort of bumpers or things you'd like to see included in the budget, what some of those tax rate goals might be in order to provide leadership advice to our leadership team, including the climate action plan. So sort of the three main considerations that we're seeing in FY24. Number one, we've talked about it a few times before, but we entered FY23 in about a $600,000 hole.
A lot of that is due to inflationary impacts, the most significant of that being our from when we initially put the budget together in October, November of last year, to the significant inflation increases we saw by the time we closed our collective bargaining agreements and settled those. One of the successes in that, however, is in this upcoming budget. We were able to negotiate a cap on what those COLA increases will be. I'll talk about that a little bit more. So that's the first, how do we build out of the hole that we entered in FY23 because of inflation impacts? Number two, we've identified over our last, Jesse and my last few years, and I think a number of leadership team have talked with you all about some of the gaps in core governance services that we have. That's, maintenance to our city parks. That's, the increased roadway infrastructure that we have, pump stations. And we have, for example, we have, the same number of DPW highway staff that we did 15 years ago. And our inventory of city streets is much higher than that. Our parks inventory is higher. Those types of considerations that we've seen, almost a little bit like the climate action plan, that slide that was presented about, what are our goals and where are we at? I would say the same could be true for some of our, what the expectations are for maintaining our parks, for maintaining our roadways, and how we've been funding those. Same is true with our capital improvement plan and our capital investments and our maintenance and facility needs. So that's number two. Number three is the one we've been talking about for the last hour. It's about how we will fund a climate action plan initiative. And what that will look like through the budget process, whether that's something that we talk about separately in our discussions, whether it's something you'd like to see built out separately as part of, or a little bit more ingrained in the core government discussion. So I'm going to skip ahead. I provided a lot of sort of background data that I hope was informational around some of the, how we fund different departments, where our revenue sources come from. I sorted by grand list what the tax rates are for other neighboring municipalities. We are the second lowest on that list. Second only to Williston, which has a huge revenue source from their local options tax. So I'm going to jump right ahead to what we're seeing in terms of projected expenditures for FY24. So in order to maintain the same level of service that we're providing now, what are the types of cost increase that we forecast? The first is what I already talked about. That's the shortfall that we had in FY23 on employee salaries. It's looking about $330,000 is what we're currently forecasting that we're going to need to make up in tax capacity. Talked about the FY23, the planning and zoning capacity that we've had, and that tax capacity will need to subsidize. And then that increase, that 4% cap, is about a little over $500,000 and what that will cost for employee salaries. Another big highlight is the group health plan, currently forecasting that, as we discussed earlier, at 6.4%. I also included just a select number. This is definitely not all inclusive, but of the inflationary impacts, things like our highway paving in order to meet our needs, or what we're doing currently in FY23. Increases we've seen in vehicle parts, fuel, and utilities for 180 Market Street. Two other things it's important to track for this upcoming year is we do have some ARPA funding that will that we've been phasing out in order to smooth the tax rate increases. That's at about $100,000 of an increased impact this year. So total that we're seeing for increase in expenditures, if we were to maintain core government service at the current level, it's $1.8 million. But there's really good news on the revenue side. As we talked about earlier in the close of FY22 surplus dollars of a $1.7 million revenue above what we budgeted, we're anticipating that some of that revenue will be maintained into FY24. So this is very conservatively estimated at the moment. I have a footnote about how if we were to more aggressively estimate those numbers based on our actuals in FY22, that we may see a significant tax rate offset based on those forecasts. So as a net, again, these are very preliminary, very early projections. We're looking at $715,000 in order to maintain an increase in the tax rate, and in order to maintain core government services, that's 3.74% increase. I have a note here on.
I want to note that that is without the leadership team weighing in at all on new things that we don't know about yet.
Right, yes. Yep. I talk a little bit here about the city's capital improvement plan and the way it's been funded in the general fund. I think at a prior meeting I talked about how there's a $3.1 million gap between what we're funding through general fund in FY23 and what's in FY24. A lot of that is, deferred projects that we knew we weren't going to fully fund in FY24, knew they wouldn't all make the list. But I think it goes to show that even if we spread out those capital costs over the 10-year life of our CIP, we're still looking at an average cost that is not funded at the rates we're currently funding. So we had an incremental improvement last year. We went from $2.55 million of general fund funding for the city's CIP. We went up to $2.69 million. But we also leveraged $722,000 in one-time ARPA expenses to fund the ambulance as well as the dispatch consoles and a couple other improvements. So without that funding, the overall for the CIP next year, if we were to maintain it at level funding, would absolutely not meet what our current CIP has. One comment I make here, and I think is an important decision point for how we decide to build out the FY20 or propose an FY24 budget to council, is whether or not we continue to leverage ARPA funds to fund the CIP. And there's a way that we could do this, similar to how we refunded city staff positions back in FY22 and phase it out over the lifetime of our schedule that we can expend ARPA funds. A way we could do it as well is we could target these ARPA funding to specific CIP expenditures that align with a lot of the funding needs that were identified in the community survey. So that would be towards parks improvements, towards sewer and wastewater infrastructure improvements. There would be a way that we could tie those directly with those expenditures. So that's one comment that I have. I kind of put together a sort of a rough draft spreadsheet talking about different CIP variations the council could consider. I'm happy to walk through those options, looking at somewhere between a 1% to 3% increase in just funding the CIP in terms of a tax rate impact, and whether or not you want to include ARPA funds in that or not to sort of maintain closer to level funding to what we did last year, or I guess it's this current fiscal year. So back to talk about what are priorities that we've been tracking for the last year or so. Number one, pending adoption of the Climate Action Plan, realizing the goals and investing in the municipal capacity in order to implement that plan successfully. Number two, invest in core government municipal services that have been historically underfunded, begin to incrementally meet those needs and sort of close that gap between funding and community expectations. Along that, strategic planning to meet fire EMS capacity needs, maintenance needs, in making investments in the modernization of core systems, such as in human resources, communications, the city's financial systems. Plan for and continue to build adequate tax capacity to meet the city's capital needs. and then bridge this gap in the inflation shortfalls from FY23. And then just the note that we are going to be talking about the Bartlett Bay wastewater facility bond vote in upcoming council meeting, and we are anticipating, or we will be going to the voters for a TIF bond vote in March. So, in summary, in order to maintain current levels of government operations, we need an estimated $715,000 on the operations side to begin to incrementally build out of the CIP funding deficits from COVID budget years and keep pace with inflation. We need an additional $330,000. The difference between those two is somewhere between 4.79%. That's the $715,000 plus some minor CIP adjustments to 5.48% increase in the tax rate. I also, just for council's consideration, included if we were to have a dedicated 1 cent for climate action plan implementation, that would increase the tax rate 2.14%. So all of those things combined, without some of the investments in historically underfunded operations, that's between about a 7% increase to the tax rate. Again, of course, all of these numbers very preliminary forecasting.
And I just want to say, we're not thinking of a penny for climate change. We're thinking about that as a penny on the tax rate in the general fund to support municipal operations, to really embed how we address climate resiliency in all of our operations. But we would talk about it like, a penny for a percent for climate change, or 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever you want to do.
Okay, this is where the rubber hits the road. I see that Tom has turned on his camera, so that generally means he's got something to say. Go for it.
Sure. So just two things, and I'm looking at the questions you framed in your memo, which again was exquisitely written. So great work, Andrew.
Yeah.
But at the end is you're asking, are there any new initiatives or programs you would like to consider building into the proposed budget? I've been on this council for 8 years, and one thing that's raised multiple times that I think factors into some of the recent discussions is one thing Burlington does that I think we could do, and I think we should look at it, is a rental registry that would collect revenues and fees that could actually support how Burlington does it. They use those fees in order to fund their enforcement officer. So when you do the math out for rental properties, if they pay a certain amount every year, that can generate $50,000 to $100,000, and that can be used to pay the salary of somebody that could be an enforcement arm on some of the ordinances that we were discussing earlier, as well as on a rental stock. So that's one thing that I've been an advocate for over the years, and I think even more so this day, looking at where the state landed on the rental registry, it's worth South Burlington considering. And the other comment I'll say, and then I'll stop talking, goes back to the earlier one. As you're doing these budget estimates, and I didn't really see it in your memo or not, Andrew, if you are factoring an increase in fees, a modest increase in fees, just to keep pace with inflation. And I don't recall us going through any methodical mechanism of looking at ratcheting up or keeping our fees at least tracking somewhat over the years as prices are going up as well.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, just to echo what I said before, I think it is something we'll be looking at this round, especially on the general fund side. Begun to have those conversations with our leadership team, but more particularly, I think we'll be seeing it a lot more on the enterprise fund side. What our rate, what our rate structure is. That's something else that has not been changed in a long time. I think there'll be further conversations that will be coming to you within the very near future about what that's going to look like. Because that, as hard as the municipal side of this is, our enterprise funds is going to be an equally heavy lift this year. We have not been investing in our capital needs and our enterprise funds nearly to where we need to be in order to fund those improvements.
Yeah. I have to say that looking at these numbers, I went back to our ARPA balance. And, a lot of these things are legacy, like the climate action plan. That's legacy. And I think, Helen's not, she is online. not wrong in saying that looking at staff members and how to be able to really equip our city services with, the hours and expertise it will take in order to leverage all the opportunities out there. I could see this moving over. Some of it at least coming from those ARPA funds. And because it, I think, falls in line with what the goals of those funds are. And when we put it in perspective, right, when we look at the numbers with that, I mean, yeah, there's, what is that? The maintain current levels of operations with CIP adjustments and phasing use of ARPA funds for capital investments. I would like to see that. Let's see, options 1, 2, or 3 above with cap plus additional investments in historically underfunded operations as recommended by the leadership team. I guess I'd have to hear more about that. I'm more the option 4 with option 3, and then spending towards the climate action plan implementation. But I'd like to hear more about option 5. About what is historically underfunded here, according to the leadership team.
Yeah, so we can certainly go back to the leadership team and say, what are your ideas about, bridging these funding gaps?
Yeah.
Council has some interest in having that discussion. So what are your thoughts? I think what it could look like, for example, is, we're trying to look at something like parks maintenance right now from a staff hours standpoint to what we're currently, what we're funding, what we're going to need, and what that bridging that gap will look like over time. It's not going to happen in year one. It may be a 5-year plan. It may be a 3-year plan. But I think that with council's direction, come forward and sort of give you some of those ideas, some of those options.
Helen?
Yeah, I'm going to have to bow out in a few minutes for a little time and then come back. But I think that it's time for the council to really have the, come to Jesus conversation about what it is we've grown. We have lots more housing, roads, requirements, and we haven't increased staffing in a number of areas. And I think we have to really consider as a community what it is the public expects. And I'm not sure we're able to deliver on all those expectations with the current staffing. So I would like to see the leadership team come back with, this is the staffing, the additional staffing and the funding that we think we need to deliver on a lot of the concerns, all of the concerns, I guess, although you never can, meet everyone's expectations, but the really important concerns for this community. I'm so tired of, we don't have enough people to take care of the parks. We don't have enough people for planning, and yet we move ahead with, new plans and city center and development, and no one wants to put or many people don't want to put the brakes on that, yet we don't have the staffing to respond adequately. We look at climate change, and to me that is incredibly important. And unless I'd like to know, do we need a staff person to just go after grants and organize our implementation plan so that it isn't just taxpayers' dollars? I think Ethan laid out, that this isn't just all taxpayer dollars. There's a lot of money available. And I think Matt Koda can probably speak better on that than I, but it needs a live person working for the city, looking for those grants and winning them, so we can actually make good on the policy decisions that we have enacted. And I think by and large, those policy decisions do reflect what the community wants. And we keep sort of, let's make it really skinny. Let's, do it with less. And at some point, you can't do it with less. You got to figure out how we've grown. We're 20,000 people. We're not 15,000 people. And so I guess that's a roundabout way or a long-winded way of saying, I'm in for some significant increases, and if it requires tax increases, that's where I think we need to be. And that's the direction I personally would give the administration. But this is our first conversation, but that's how I feel.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I hate tax increases over 3%. But I know inflation's running. This comes up every year for some reason.
Yeah.
It's part of the budget discussion, right? But I recognize inflation is running between 8 and 9%. And there's a lot of unfunded capital improvements that need to be made. And then if you're going to put your money where your mouth is with climate action, you're going to have to spend some money. Mm-hmm. And not just money on what you're talking about, which is like a position or somebody to, do the work, but it costs extra money to buy that zero turn all electric, mower. That's a lot more expensive than a gas powered, right? So there is added cost to doing some of these things. The next vehicle you buy for the city, not police or fire, but if it's going to be a pluggable hybrid, it probably would cost more but not a lot more. And there's probably a tax credit on it too, So we're gonna have to figure out what to do. But I like option 3, but it doesn't include the climate money.
But if we bring in the ARPA funds,
I like using the ARPA funds
for the climate.
Could do that too.
We have until 2026 to use the ARPA funds, right?
To use it up, but you got to allocate it by 24.
Yeah.
By calendar year.
Yeah, end of the calendar.
Or FY.
End of the calendar year. for the
But like Helen suggested, we're willing to hear what the leadership team would suggest for those unfunded priorities.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, helpful direction. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Fun meetings ahead. All right. Other business is item 14. Is there any?
I have 12 items for other business I wanted to talk about. Just kidding.
Where's the hook? You have a motion in front of you for item 15, I think, Tim.
Yes, I do have a motion in front of me. I have the language right here. So I move that this public body enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing the negotiation or securing of real estate for purchase or lease by the city of South Burlington, inviting in Jesse Baker, Andrew Bolduc, Paul Connor, and Colin McNeil.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Tom and Helen?
Right.
That's good. So.
All right.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
All right. That's all 5 of us. Off we go. Is
We
that
will not
it?
be returning.
We will not be returning.
We will not be returning. 2:01. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.